Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the G-Loot July Finals Showdown for Apex Legends. I'm Nathanius, joined by Blue, and we've got a whole lot of Apex Legends action coming towards your way today. Lots of gaming going to be happening. Good prize money on the line. Blue, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's been a couple months since I've been able to cast Apex, so it's good to be back and ready to jump into the action to see what EU has to offer us here in the G-Loot Monthly.
Yeah, that's right. Going to be a good time. We've got a good amount of players that have been qualifying, playing through the G-Loot weekly brawls. You can be able to sign up for those on gloot.com, but teams were competing throughout the month. There was a little bit of a round one that was played through yesterday. We've got the top halves of both teams, both sides now coming against each other to determine who is going to take the crown for July, and it should be a good one. Apex Legends, I think it's fair to say, you know, with everything that's been going on between ALGS and the updates, Newcastle coming in, it seems like the variety isn't as good of a place as it's ever been for the Legends competitively, which that's what I'm going to be looking forward to. Want to see which compositions are going to come out. Maybe some of these amateur players that aren't necessarily at that top pro level are going to be doing some interesting things we haven't seen. But that's kind of what I'm soaked up about. I want to see how everybody kind of approaches today, whether they're more aggressive, more defensive, or if we get maybe a little more of that pro style play, people kind of sitting back, you know?
Yeah, despite the fact that we are still kind of cooling things down from the ALGS finals as well, we got a pretty good showing today, a lot of like tier 2 representation from the EU scene, so going to be very excited to see who is able to show up and kind of duke things out. We get the Samsung Morning Stars, quite a few other notable teams as well we'll be talking about in a few minutes once we're able to get the rosters up on screen.
Yeah, and like I said, we're going through that. And we are going to take a look at our schedule. First up, just in case anybody's wondering, we've got 6 matches for you today. We'll keep it short and simple. We'll start with Storm Point for the first 3 games, and then we move to World's Edge for the last 3. Of course, you're going to be getting points based on placement, points based on kills, and you want to have those high up finishes, you want to have those frags, but of course the total accumulation of points across all of the maps is what's going to determine the strength. It is not just oh, we got to just go and win one. You know, there's always that endurance factor that's going to be brought in that everybody who plays Apex competitively is familiar with now for most tournaments.
Yep, definitely going to be the case. So it'll be exciting to see how this plays out, especially considering too this isn't necessarily like a normal environment where we would have like landing sites predetermined and stuff as well. So might be some room for chaos with regards to that. We'll have to see how coordinated our teams managed to be before we got into things. As of course we had these semifinals yesterday played out as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting thing we'll keep in mind. Whether or not there's a gentleman's agreement on where players land, which teams do they know, do they have that information to give to each other? And then of course here's our prize pool, paying all the way down to the 20th place team. First place $500. Spending a little bit of time on your Wednesday, kicking some butt in Apex for some cash. Not too shabby. Like we said, these have been playing out weekly, monthly championships. So this is just going through the end of July, and there's going to continue to be more and more of these tournaments. But $2,500 on the line overall today. Everybody that shows up and puts some work in is walking away with at least a couple bucks, Blue.
Yep, definitely going to be the case. So very excited, like we were talking about before, to see who ends up topping out. As you were mentioning as well, Nathaniel, these have been teams that have been qualifying through the weekly brawls where they've been tracking their scores throughout a week period and be able to earn themselves a ticket to play here in this monthly showdown for themselves. And of course, still needing to make it through that semi-final portion where now we could see our top 20 teams, 10 from each group. We had 40 to start. Now we've halved that and brought it down. Like we were talking about earlier as well, we got the Samsung Morning Stars representing on top, managing to come out pretty well inside of their group, 5th place from the first, but topping it out was Bosch in position 13, as we saw some representation coming in. There was some names you guys might be recognizing specifically for Bosch. They've got Matafe playing with them today, so very excited to see what he is able to pull off. He's got a lot of experience here inside of G-Loot specifically, but also some ALGS experience as well. You can even look over to High Society where you've got Denze showing up. Some EMEA fans are definitely going to be aware of who that is. He played for New Esports Kick over the last year. So definitely should be some familiar names for some of you Apex veterans watching the stream out there today.
Yeah. And the way these guys are all going to clash up, of course, it's always exciting to see, especially as you've pointed out, being outside of the traditional competitive environment for the game. It kind of brings in that other aspect of, okay, well, can we show up on the day? Can we adjust to what could be an uncomfortable situation if one of these other teams is trying to contest us, or one of these teams just, you know, they've got the W key syndrome. They're trying to push in. They're going for big kills early on. That's all the kind of madness that we'll be having our eyes on, trying to see where these guys are going to go, and of course how aggressive they want to be, because I feel like that's such a big difference. Like, in terms of your composition, are we going to be having those big push plays come in? I like to see it, but you know, I'm a Turtle fan myself. I wouldn't mind seeing a little Caustic Watson lock it down, get in the center of that ring, scan up ahead, and take it slow, take it nice and easy.
Definitely want to keep an eye on Bosch specifically. They kind of dominated inside of their semifinal performance back in round 1 yesterday, managing to beat out every single team in their group by a factor of about 40 points. They had 102 with 67 kill points and 35 placement points. Next highest team was Flavor of the Month at 31 and 34 for 65 total. Group 2 was a little bit closer. The top team there was Galaxy News Radio with 90 points, and then Horizon Union sat right below them at 86, but pretty huge skew there in group number 1, so definitely going to have our eyes on Bosch to start the series out.
Yeah, and it always gets interesting too, because you know, we get to that point where you're reaching that 5th, that 6th game, and everybody kind of knows where they stand, and that's when we start to see, you know, some of the screws come a little bit loose if a team's trying to make their way back up at the last minute, if whether they try to contest those top teams, or whether we can have that consistency come through for Bosch, right? Are they going to come in strong, you know, stick to their guns, try and take that lead and not push anything too hard? Or do they feel like this might be a lobby where they're like, okay, we're going to just roll through people. Maybe we can cut a couple of corners here we couldn't against other teams. That's all the stuff that we're going to be looking for.
Yep, we're going to have to see it across multiple maps. 2, we'll have the crazy verticality of Storm Point, following that up with the 3 games on World's Edge to finish things up. The place where everybody's going to be well and familiar with how to play things out at that point, as we've had that map in the rotation for quite a few years now. Storm Point has been here for some time as well, so I think teams are starting to get a little more comfortable with it. But also, like we mentioned, unless we saw all 10 of our qualifying teams, or all 20, excuse me, of our qualifying teams sync things up yesterday, then there might be a little bit of chaos to start each map out while these teams try to figure out landings. Because I imagine there's going to be some vouching that's gone on based on the group placements, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see at least a couple contestants to start these hot drops off.
Yeah, it's like they put everybody into the Discord to talk, and the Bosch captain's like, okay guys, if you land here, you're going to be eliminated very early every round. So, you know, we're not saying that you can't land here, but we're just letting you know that if you do land here, it won't go well. So typically in Apex, you know, that's like the gentleman's agreement. People don't really try to do that too much, but it has happened before. I think one of the last times I was casting GLL Apex, we were doing an EMEA tournament, and there were at least 2 or 3 teams every round that were just like, you know what, we both like this spot, so we're just gonna have a fight every single game at the start, and we'll just stare at everybody else playing through the rest of the map for 20 minutes if we don't win. So hopefully that's not the case, but you know what, I'm also not going to pretend like I don't want to see some action either.
We gotta wait and see how our circle luck pans out for all these teams too. I think we actually had pretty good variety the last time I was here for the G-Loot Monthly back in March. We ended up with a pretty good spread, so hopefully we'll end up with the same thing again today and end up giving a lot of our teams more opportunities. Obviously, don't want to be seeing one squad going for a northern drop and then we have like 3 or 4 southern circles in a row, so that just leaves them on basically a marathon run throughout this entire tournament where they just have to hope they can perform at the end. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out as well. Lots of potentials that are going to be playing into today, so it's going to be very fun to see who ends up topping it out. Like we said too, sometimes we get a lot of like tier 1 teams sneaking in here. Weren't able to do that obviously, because I think a lot of them are still cooling off from ALGS, so leaves the floodgates open a little bit for a few potential surprises to work their way into today's tournament. Maybe some new players that you guys at home haven't even been able to see yet, so definitely make sure you're tuning in and checking out some of these teams, as we'll hopefully be able to get ourselves a new champion crown by the end of the action in a few hours.
Yeah, you never know who's going to step up, who's going to surprise you, who's going to come out with the clutch play. And maybe at the end of all of it, we're looking at a team taking the championship, and we're interviewing somebody who came in towards the bottom ranks of who made it to this final. So anything is possible. Consistency is going to be huge. And like you were pointing out too, of course, we're always going to take into account whether a team is going to be trying to land farther from the center. If that circle ends up dragging them all the way across the map, if the game just turns into 10K marathon simulator, that can also complicate things.
Yep, absolutely the case. We do want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, been helping us out for this tournament as well. Knockout Energy, make sure you guys are checking them out. And of course, we do want to give a big shout out to the website itself. That's why we're running this tournament after all. So if you guys are looking to sign up not just for the next monthly, be able to qualify yourselves for that, but also sign up for the weekly tournaments, which you'd have to use to get yourselves into this monthly, go ahead over to gloot.com, where you can go ahead and find all the information on how to sign up and get yourself started so you can get into the running to earn yourself a ticket to make it into next month's monthly and be able to earn some of that cash prizing you saw on your screen just a few moments ago.
That's right. You too can live out your dream, make it to the monthly finals, and then you can say, look, I think we know where the number 1 team lands. We're going to go in. Okay, we're going to go hard. We're going to go for the crown. We're going to go for the throat. You can make that dream into a reality. Start it today at cheatloot.com.
We're gonna catch the bully squats. That's gonna be our one takeaway.
Even if all we do is die, we'll at least die on the mainstream. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it's all about. So I think we're going to get in the lobby together now, folks. Just bear with us here for a few moments, and then we'll be able to get things started. Like we said, we're going to be starting out on Storm Point. So it's going to be fun. Big fan of Storm Point. We've got those very, very pivotal POIs. So like I said, hopefully going to get some contestation on those to start this out, get a little bit of fun going. Maybe have some hot drop fights right off the bat. But at the same time, we've also got a few front runners here that probably had right to be able to claim those if these teams were organized beforehand. So we will have to wait and see how that all pans out, and of course how it all comes to blows when we start closing that circle in. We'll see that for the first 3 maps, and then we'll switch over to World's Edge to close things out in our usual competitive battleground that I think all of our players will certainly be ready to fight on.
Yeah, World's Edge is just so much fun, right? We've talked, I think, a lot about, like, all year, the entire community's like, well, Storm Point, like, is it too open? Are some parts too tricky? It's like, oh, we kind of like what we had already, and they've made some adjustments to it, but it's definitely going to be more of a question mark going into it. But for World's Edge, it's like you've been saying, that's been probably one of the staple maps since it came out. Honestly, it was like, oh, we managed to shake it up in a way that was really good. And yeah, well, I tell you what, as someone who is a chronic East fragment dropper, that's more my speed too. Lock those buildings up, get those gas traps in front of the doors, and grief your teammates and your enemies.
Obviously, it's going to give a great opportunity for the teams who aren't feeling themselves yet on Storm Point, as well as be able to potentially rebound, I think, at the later end of the series. Obviously, we have that little bit of a map advantage there. Maybe going to feel a little bit more comfortable rotating around, a little bit less open field to potentially be dealing with there. So we'll have to see if any of our teams potentially try to surge up in those final 3 drops to be able to increase their points and see if they can make it into our top to be able to push that pricing just a little bit further. All that and a lot more waits you guys here as we get ourselves very, very close to match time. Like we said, just a few minutes away as we look to open the lobby up relatively soon here and get our first drop going on Storm Point.
Yeah, and just as a quick clarification for anybody curious about how the scoring system exactly is broken down, it's 12 points going down by 3 to 9 for second place. So you're going to get better points for obviously finishing higher. Kills are just 1 point flat across the board. So yeah, you want to play late, you want to make it deep. But if you get that opportunity to get a third party, if you hear those gunshots in the near distance, that could be enough to push you up from maybe that 7th to that 6th spot while you're making it through these maps. And I think an excellent point, like you said, Blue, having the map that people are probably less comfortable with to start things off kind of keeps it interesting, since that I think everyone's going to get their nerves out in the first round or two. That's usually how it goes. Everyone's all warmed up, and you assume they're playing before, but you know, playing for the money, playing on stream in the competition is a totally different beast. And then once everybody's 100% focused and dialed in, we move over to World's Edge, and we really get to see them strut their best stuff, land at the POIs that they know that they've been doing for the last few years.
Definitely going to be the case. Just want to run down a few more of the teams that you guys might be familiar with here. Just looking at Group 1 specifically, want to roll through our top 5. Already mentioned Bosch inside of the top position playing for them today is going to be their usual roster of Tyler, as well as Lucky, and we'll get those on screen for you guys once again. Also coming in at number 2 for Group 1 was Flavor of the Month. I have casted this roster previously, but I do have to say that, or rather this organization previously, or just this team name, but I have not been able to commentate this version of the roster. The names are not calling itself to be too familiar to me. Taylor, Noth, as well as Kohia are going to be fielding that team today. Then in 3rd place, we had Incentive Arise, also new to me. Fielding them on the field today is going to be Lufka, Laki, as well as Hawaj SKA. I'll get that pronunciation down a little bit better. We've got Gamer Sensei for number 4. That's going to be Zet, Ukubama, as well as Porash. And then we got the Samsung Morningstars. I mentioned them previously as well. They're an Italian pro team with a little bit of experience inside of the ALGS also. So personally, I've got some high hopes for them. We've got Nisa, Mask, and Evoke playing for them. Meanwhile, over in Group 2, mentioned it already, Galaxy News Radio topped out that group with 90 points. It's going to be Mautic 4K, SMS, Moss, playing for them, as well as Michi. We've got Horizon Union in second place, Mimu 0-0, as well as Liffen, Team XD, just straight up.
XD.
Yep, pretty much. For number 3, they managed to net themselves 84 points, just 2 points behind Horizon Union as well, so very close. Yuang Hong Kong, as well as Streamy, Wicked, and Sick are going to be the roster for them. Echo Esports in number 4 with Jazaz Dazo. Dazo is someone I actually recognize there, so we'll probably see a little bit out of that squad, as well as HTP Herald. And then finally, once more, already brought them up, we'll just bring them up one more time. High Society in placing number 5 with 43 points out of the group. Denze, Kim CZU, as well as Ezzy will be fielding that team today. And of course, the other 10 as well.
That's right. Lots of competition. Lots of folks going up against each other, and it's going to be a great day of games. Like we said, we've got 3 games on Stormpoint, then we have 3 games on World's Edge. We're going through, we're seeing how many kills they're going to get across all the games, how high they can finish. And typically in these tournaments like this, it really does boil down to the consistency. One pop-off round is generally not going to be enough to save you when you have 6 total games to get through. You need to make sure that the decision-making, that the communications, the progression, and the rotations that you're making around the map are going to be as optimized as possible. Or if you're going to take a fight, you have to be confident that you're going to be able to win it, because like we were talking about, some of the players that are competing in here definitely touching onto that pro scene, but we're sure to see quite a few that maybe haven't touched that echelon. That you know, this is that environment where you have to make those adjustments and get used to that to take that next step forward.
I think you mentioned it towards the beginning of the broadcast, but just now that we have a little bit more time to expand on it, obviously we have seen the legend pool expand quite a bit in recent months, especially the ones that have been competitively viable. We had a pretty structured meta for the past few months, but it seems, as of the ALGS finals, teams have been way more willing to kind of experiment with that. One thing I've noticed specifically is like a little bit more toying with Seer as of the past few months, which I'm a big fan of. Love to see Seer, that nice variation on kind of the same Bloodhound formula that we started out with at the beginning of Apex, just a way to get that little bit more specific intel going into it. So I will be a huge fan of any team that tries to bring that in today, but that's not the only evolution we've seen in it over the past few months.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you know, we were talking about ALGS just finishing up. I think it was one of the most varied tournaments in terms of roster picks. Almost every single legend got selected, I think, except Mirage. Shout out to the Mirage fans out there. Probably not going to see a lot of him today, but even Rampart was getting played. And of course, we're talking about Newcastle. Maybe for some of those open rotations, being able to have that dive shield ult is going to be something that can open up some playbooks for everybody. But that's what I like the most, is that everybody, for the most part, is getting played. You know, Mirage, he just gets to stand and look good off to the side. But if I get to see a little Loba, Caustic, lock it down, grab all the loot, funnel everybody into some horrific position where they can get a good gank or a flank on someone, that's what I want to see. Okay, you can keep your Seer, your guys doing stuff through walls to me and messing with my traps. No thank you, Blue. No thank you.
I like that, you know, it gives you that better fight control. Sometimes we get these like super chaotic fights where people are just hiding in a corner like, I'm just gonna sit and wait for things to make sense before I shoot my gun, which is honestly how I operate in Apex if things get too crazy, just because I don't want to make the mistake that leads to us getting picked off. But when you've got that ultimate coming in from a Seer, maybe a little bit of health there, you know, you get a little bit of control over the situation. You can figure out where the teams are fighting from, maybe find some good pathing to get yourself into a building, a nice flank, little third-party fight, that sort of thing going for yourself. That's what I like. I like the control over the situation you get with him.
My vision is sight based, or my sight is movement based, so I can only see other players when I'm sitting still in a corner. So you see, it kind of goes back the other way. So maybe we'll get a little bit of ratting out. Maybe we'll get a little bit of those lockdown circles. That's kind of the fun part, right? We don't know exactly where the circles are going to end up going. We don't know which circles we're going to have for these games. So it could end up driving some people together really early. If we have that big pull, we could end up with some fights happening before people want, if they've got to cross the entire map. So those are all the different aspects that add up to make, I mean, honestly, that's what makes Apex a fun game, right? You've got a lot of things that you know for sure. You know your POIs, you know where you're going to be able to get your loot, you know the best way to get from A to B if you've been playing a lot. But you can never be 100% certain of what's going to be there. You can't be 100% certain of where you're going to need to go next, unless you're on top of getting those beacon scans and whatnot. But that's the drive of it. And ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting to get this first game underway. We'll have it shortly. But yeah, I'm pumped up.
And I believe we are very close to getting that first game started, by the way. Just keeping up with our admin chat here. It looks like we are in the process of loading in, so it should just be hopefully another minute or two, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will be ready to go into our first drop here. Once again, going to be on Stormpoint to start things out. We mentioned it, just mentioning it one more time in case we've had anybody tune in over the past few moments. Then we'll be rotating over to World's Edge for the final 3 games. Best of the 6 to be played today. Usual scoring system, obviously getting points for placement and kills. Whoever tops out that leaderboard will be our champion for today and take on the lion's share of the prize pool, which we then scale down from that point forward. And we run this every month, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're interested in potentially signing up, go over to gloot.com where you can go ahead and find all the information on how to sign up. You're going to have to go ahead and participate in one of our weekly cups to be able to earn yourself a ticket to participate in these monthly showdowns and to be able to win throughout the weekly. Of course, you're going to have to try and get as many kills as possible over your 3 best games that week. Gloot has a special tracker that you can download that will track all the stats for it. You don't have to worry about a thing. It'll take care of all of it. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and jump in.
You tell me I don't have to do data entry? I don't have to do data entry. It'll just do it for me?
No Excel spreadsheets for you.
Beautiful. All right. Well, yeah, we're just excited waiting to get into that, like you were saying. And also, like you were mentioning, we had those 2 groups that were playing out. It was the top half of each of those that have made it to today. So we're just kind of going through, calling, trimming the fat, and getting to this place. But yeah, just excited to see where it ends up, who comes out strong, if Bosch ends up continuing to maintain their dominance from that first half.
Definitely looking like it, but there's also some room for it to be broken. As we saw, there's plenty of players with pro experience, even up to the ALGS itself, looking to try and make their mark here. So once again, to make sure that we get all of our teams into the drop ship. That's obviously very important. Don't want to leave anybody behind here, so we'll just have to double check that, and we'll be able to sure that we get ourselves into it here over the next few moments. Samsung Morningstars, a few of the highlights here. Flavor of the month as well. Going to need to try and make up for the deficit inside of group number 1. Yes, they did qualify, but to bring this up once again, was behind by about 40 points in comparison. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got that confirmation, and we are dropping it hot to start things out with Flavor of the month. This was our number 2 team coming out of the group 1 inside of the semifinals with 65 points. Half of those each being from kills and placements. So let's see what they're going to be able to take control of here. For one of the beachheads to start things out.
Yeah, we're seeing that early fight happen. Like you were saying, Blue, a lot of teams at the top level, you communicate where you're going to drop, especially when they're playing their scrims. But if you're not scrimming with these other teams, you don't know for sure that there's going to be that gentleman's agreement to separate out early. And the last thing you want to do is be the first squad eliminated with no kills.
So we're going to see people here holding on to start things out. Did get that little bit of contestation against them to start things, and we can see Frass already engaged a little bit as they try to push over towards that, try to hunt those players down. This is where the Seer is going to help out great, obviously with the heartbeat sensor to be able to track their specific movements, and already we can see Lemek moving in to try and find those players out, but no, not able to lock them down precisely just yet. Looks like it's just one lone straggler here too, trying to run away from the situation, just dropped into the wrong spot, a little too detached from their teammates. 7 will get some fire back onto them, but thankfully with the building to play around, won't be too much of an issue. It's actually Galaxy News Radio, our top team from Group 2 in the semis, that's getting challenged here right off the bat, and unfortunately is not holding on too well. We can see already Mox has been down, Michi working with no shields right now, Mauti as well at very low HP, so this team having to go incredibly defensive due to the pressure being thrown on them by Pipo.
Yeah, it's a hectic, chaotic start to the round, and you got to wonder down the line how this will affect even just going into the next game after this, but they got to make it through this moment. When we were talking about comms, what we were going to expect going through, trying to push the Horizon through that door, does get it done with the Spitfire. There's the save for the team. We see that res coming up onto Taylor. Kui still knocked down, but should be a safe pickup here. And look, that's a high risk, high reward play. Now you've got 3 kill points very early on, and you've got, you know that this space is definitely open for you to take whatever's left.
A pretty decent team actually getting just knocked out there as well, trying to get the confirmation on exactly what we had going down there already at the beginning of the game. Unfortunate, of course, to be one of the first to knocked out. We'll follow that through and get the info a little bit later on. As we can see, Galaxy News Radio, one of our top contenders potentially from the semis, still trying to hold on after the loss of their Valkyrie right at the beginning of this one. Pressure now coming in against them. Going to have to be ready to fend off this challenge inside of a 2v3 or just find some way to sustain it. They'll try to do it from the top of the building, but as you can see, immediate counter pressure coming out against them. Seer already having a countered ultimate being thrown out. Finally, they'll get the engagement going, but it's not going to work out too well for the other side of it. Michi dishing out some good damage. Unfortunately, their teammate Mauti just pressuring too much, and as well, Pipo looks like they're going to be able to knock this squad out and more than likely eliminate Galaxy News Radio. Even going to go for the brutal kill here, just finishing it off with melee.
What an absolute savage start to this round. I mean, People Lucy coming in, and they end up getting the leftovers of what happened. You know, those two fights, obviously a lot of resources get expended, but what an absolute crazy way to go. 2 full fights, 2 teams taken out early here, 18 squads left. So that's it. That's 100% of the action we've just witnessed in this match so far. 2 teams out early. And you know, at the very least you can say, okay, this is the time to sit back and be like, okay, maybe we watch back on this, see how these guys play moving forward. Maybe there was something we missed. Maybe this spot is just going to be a little bit too tough for us to try to land on down the line over by Down Beast.
Obviously for Pipo as well as Flavor of the Month to a certain extent, this will slow down the looting a little bit. We do see another squad to the north of these players. I believe there might be Echo hanging out there in the kind of lime green color. Doesn't look like they're going to be trying to work their way down there. Obviously we got Circle playing in the other direction. Really going to be too optimal to try and force that this early on as well. It's more likely just see all those players in the south side migrating separately but safely from each other. Grouping up with Horizon Union here. They are in the midst of another fight. Trying to leap themselves forward into it. Some nice shots already coming out here on the Sentinel for Moo, but they need to fall back. Is still fighting from pretty hefty range, and of course, as you can probably tell for yourself, a decent defensive matrix set up in that direction, but still not going to stop Mimu from sneaking out a few Sentinel shots here. We've already seen 2 connect, and that might be the siren call for their teammates to leap into the fray.
Yeah, having that optic early on for that pressure on the inside. Meanwhile, coming around towards the side, there's Lippin on the Valkyrie. Gets the knock, comes down towards the door. Scott Sky hitting from the backside. And there's the clean up, going for the punch on the knockdown. And there's the res. Okay, well, gets them inside. Get the cover there for the revive. And a very nice cleanup by Horizon Union. 17 remain.
Gold revive as well, so teammate pretty much back into the action already. Not they're necessarily going to have to worry about any refresh coming out. I'm pretty sure we are in a pretty safe part of the map now over here towards the northeast end of it. So not going to be seeing a whole lot of resistance or attempts to third party the engagement. Regardless, decent amount of opening fights going on all across the map. Kind of what we expected to see because of the fact this is more of a hug nature tournament. But regardless, great start as we're now going to go back on board with Bosch. Trying to quickly clear out the vault here and get themselves some extra weapons.
Yeah, everybody else is fighting each other. They're making the plays to secure that loot, get that long-term value, clear out the little NPC guys, the mobs, what have you.
Quick time event for these guys. See how much they're able to claim in a second. Don't imagine they're going to have much of an issue doing it, though. And there we go. All the spoils for Bosch. Definitely keep an eye on them. Already full purple shields as well, so expect it to surge itself that much further forward now that they get full access to the vault here. And we'll see what potentially comes out of that for them as they now are able to carry it forward past this point and start moving themselves a little bit further into the circle. Nice centered circle, too. Haven't really talked about this too much, but right smack dab in the middle pretty much to start this out. Pretty sure all of our teams are going to be pretty happy about this. We'll have to see how it kind of moves as we get into rounds like 4 and 5, as it can cut itself off pretty harshly onto one of these canyons sitting in the middle, but we'll have to wait and see, obviously, as we don't know what those look like yet.
Yeah, the terrain will become a question mark as we make it through those further circles. What I was going to say, at the very least, nobody started the game being told, hey, you need to cross the entire map or it's going to be pain. You're going to be running through the circle and shielding or healing through that all the way in. No, everyone has a pretty reasonable path to get there. But yeah, exactly like you were saying, where it goes down the line can make things a little bit tricky. We've got sights on Team OP here, Hines on Valkyrie, but not quite kitted up as well as some of the other squads that we've seen so far today. A lot of still level 1 armor, so getting into a fight against anyone well looted up could turn disastrous for them.
It's going to be pretty much the same here from ANC, as they do see at least a few of those setups from Watson hiding out in the building. There's not really much that Willem can do about it. Gets a bit of chip damage going to help out his Evo shield, but it's really just a passing glance at this point. A couple Watsons, it seems, that are those single Watsons been fairly busy inside of this town. So we continue to watch Actually spotting another target, continuing to get a decent amount. He's already gotten right around 70 damage or so, and he's only about 200 away from leveling this Evo shield up, so probably gonna get pretty close to doing it because he's constantly getting these little peeks from a few players. Yeah, wherever it pops out, he'll be happy to take it, and it's getting him that much closer to his purple shield.
I think that's probably one of the other just general gameplay aspects of Apex that's so fun. Leveling up the shields off those little trades, even if you can't get the kill, dealing as much damage as possible is still a good investment long-term wise for yourself, assuming you can make it to ammo. Has the sensor scan over here, so they'll get dibs, get information on where that next ring is going to be, can help determine where they're going to go, and they see it's actually closing in right on their position. So OP, there's not a whole lot of incentive for them to be moving away from this spot, but perhaps they try to get a better position to catch other teams headed towards it down the line.
That is potentially going to put a little bit of pressure onto Bosch because they won't have great room to play moving in from that southeastern position there. Mainly just going to have to like hide around basically the mountain's edge. Meaning that more than anything, they can probably stay in the game itself and more importantly out of a fight, thankfully, because there's no one else that's going to be rotating in from that part of the map, but they won't really have a good engagement position. So if they're looking to get aggressive and get some KPs, they might be out of luck for that in this game. We'll follow that up a little later though and see if we were correct, as now we're on board with Echo, currently in the midst of their rotation, moving in from pretty much the polar opposite side of the map. They're starting out at that northwest extremity and moving southeast from there.
Yeah, and this, as we were seeing, that circle's going to be closing in towards the northeast end of where it is right now. Further on, everybody is getting fairly close, but still 17 squads remaining. So we're getting to that point where something's got to give. You're not going to have any chairs to stop in once the music stops if you don't take a fight relatively soon. They were taking some shots up the hill, but they don't see line of sight on anybody up there just yet.
Weapons won't look too confident for them to be able to take a fight, but thankfully I believe the squad that was against them just launched with the Valkyrie ultimate, so not gonna have to contend against them for too long. We do see now Gamer Sensei moving up without too much of a worry, and with possession over the launcher, of course, not necessarily going to need to use it, more so using this as a gateway to move themselves forward. More recently, though, jumping off the squad, didn't get to catch their name, but they are out, and now Gamer Sensei is going to be using that same Valk ultimate to set themselves up in the air and get here. A good survey over the try and see who is claimed what. Unfortunately for Gamer Sensei, the answer to that is essentially everything. I'm pretty sure
it's a war zone.
Yeah, most POIs here are going to be claimed already, so they just got to go for the scattered rocks, the mountainside, and even as they make it there, they're already getting peppered with shots. You can see one charge rifle beam coming in there too. Just not the best timing, unfortunately, to arrive here. As you can see, everybody nice and tightly packed like a can of sardines.
Yeah, flavor of the month. They're a little bit stretched out southwest, but they're making their way. They're heading over, and here we can see. I mean, look, you're talking about the Valkyrie ult reposition. I think that's fantastic. It combos really well with those slow legends that don't have the mobility built into the kit with the Cossack and the Gibraltar. But we come over to here to Bosch. There's Unlucky trying to push through with that piece. You're switching over to the car, able to get it done. Takes out Sky. And we see back over here on Team XDDD on the inside of that, or looking towards the inside of that sear bubble, is Wicked Slick on Newcastle. But like you were saying, not the best kit on everybody here. It doesn't really have, I think, the setup with this flatline to do it from afar.
Yeah, unfortunately, just gonna have to sit back and kind of wait for an opportunity. Someone peeking out of the building, maybe where he can go full-on spray with his flatline and try to get some damage going. But for now, just playing the intel game, making sure that they don't get pushed back out. You can see they've set up a little bit of a matrix for themselves, especially with the Watson playing into it too, combining it with that ultimate from the Newcastle to be able to try and limit the potential of their opponents to push this out as much as possible. Either way, XCD are going to be in a rough spot if the circle shifts away from them. Gamer Sensei, as he moved in with them, actually ended up losing one of their players, going into a downstate at least, and oh no, about to lose more. A second player knocked out, just the Valkyrie left alive. She's had to abandon them entirely and still won't be able to stay in the fight either. That's the full squad wipe going out against them as we reach the first quarter of our teams being eliminated here.
Yeah, it's always wild at competitive level for Apex. These guys are so good at keeping themselves alive for the majority of the round. It really does, like you were saying, come down to that being packed in like sardines and playing for these close positions. And, you know, once upon a time, we didn't have Watson to put up all these fences and help create this space, especially the usage of the utility out of Newcastle to get a couple of those walls up there to help hold it down. So you can create these spots even where there isn't a whole lot of cover but you still got those open sides. You still got the verticality coming in, shots coming down. So holding on and maintaining for that circle to continue to push you forward is a huge part of it too. But I think we can really see the value of that scan early on. To be able to set all of this up in advance, knowing this was where it was going to end up, has made it pretty hard to take them down.
It's a good positioning here finally for XD to play into. We're going to continue to make it difficult by expanding out the fence work here. We'll see that be the state of play for XD for a while. Was kind of surprised we had came on with them earlier. Bosch ended up pretty aggressively pushing in. I had noted how they didn't really have easy access to this main portion of the map to be able to work their way into over here, but still managed to get it done inside of Stormcatcher and take full control for themselves by just pushing a team outright. Gonna come on board with Alex for a sec from Die Hard Hamsters. They unfortunately did have a problem loading in 2 of their players, so they've been left out. I believe Alex is going to try and hide in the edge of the circle here to try to play for placement as much as possible, and you can see that being fortified by trying to go for the extra intel from the beacon just outside of it. Goner and a few of the other players from 3 Friends taking a heavy engagement right now, but they seem to be quite aggressive in it themselves. Maybe biting off a bit more than they can chew, though, as it does look like we've caught them in the midst of a retreat, unfortunately.
Yeah, and in the midst of all of that, Team Peepo that we were following earlier that had the better end of that third party at the start of this round, they are finally eliminated. So
extremities of this position too, so things a little bit delicate at the moment for 3 Friends. If they get pressured, it's fairly easy, to break them down due to their split hold, but thankfully no one really wanting to do that due to the high verticality of the position that they do control. If not, though, may see its hand get forced at some point in the next minute, like I was mentioning, only holding the outskirts of an upcoming circle, not necessarily the direct inside of it, so needing to wait this one out, see if they're potentially going to get pushed from behind them before they full commit going in there, and then potentially have to worry about contestation from players inside of that circle and an outright flank at the same time. They're trying to control the situation to the best of their own capabilities, and we'll see the same for a few of these other teams. Horizon Union, though, chilling up here on the cliffside right now, already inside of the new circle, so just waiting for a potential fight to be thrown their way.
Yeah, they're in a good spot. There's the charge up on the Sentinel, like you're saying. They've been holding down this position for a ridiculous amount of time. They've gotten the heads up on it early, and we were talking about 3 Friends before, but they're going to have to push out of command center soon enough. That ring is gonna close it off. So keeping those opportunities to escape is huge. Get some good shots downrange off the flatland, but has to battery up now after the trade. And Streamy's just waiting. Has that pre-aim going, but coming from top side is Horizon. And they're making that move in. They're not going to let them set up and play this too defensively now. It's another couple shots down with that R31. Going to take out the Watson pylon. Coming in from the side there is Mimu. And rotating right back over the top once again. Through the fence, 86. Almost knocked. Tries to pop with the Peacemaker from afar, but doesn't quite get it.
Kind of controlled bully coming out here from Horizon Union, not over-pressing the issue to a degree where they would risk their own safety, especially considering the proximity of other teams would open them up to a very simple third-party push. What they do is obviously they pushed XD into a very awkward position, forced them to lose their Newcastle entirely. Pretty sure the Valkyrie might be safe, but I'm going to hold my breath on that for a second. We do see them potentially starting to push back in here against the hold from XD. They're aware that XD is going to try to get aggressive. Strippy specifically getting right up in the face of one of the players from Horizon here. Lithium trying to take this back against it for his favor instead, but it won't work out. There's just too much damage has been done to them. They'll be able to knock them out instead. Bosch at the same time, they're going to try to pressure into this. They're in a bit of a tough spot, though. You can see the shields on Matafe have already been drained, but thankfully trying to catch the stragglers from this engagement. He's been able to down Lifton, trying to get the third party off against Horizon Union, and it's worked out well to start at least. Mimu's going to get himself potentially back up the full HP. No, the engagement comes in, will get the med kit off, but it's not going to matter as they get wiped out by Bosch regardless.
That little dip on this ravine, that's where they're trying to make a new wall out of the death boxes. As two or three teams eliminated there in the last couple of minutes. We go back up to flavor of the month. We've got Taylor on Seer looking down range with the flatline, but not quite getting some shots in just yet. We go over to Kula. A lot of flatline Peacekeeper being run here.
Of the month, generally speaking, in control of the situation right now. They're Obi-Wan. They've got the high ground. We've got to see if they can execute onto that. Though, as another team is going to try to push directly in against them from the backside. You saw the hot drop coming in from the Valkyrie ultimate. Problem is, though, you've got a lot of teams in the area that don't want them to get comfortable in that position. Immediately they take damage. We're going to see the Gibby bubble get popped pretty much right off the rip as well. The defensive utility now being used from Flavor of the Month, as they're going to suffer some utility being thrown at them. But meanwhile, back on board with Bosch, who also got hyper-aggressive to push this squad out of their newly attained position. It's Bosch trying to claim all the KPs here, but it'll come at the cost of Matafe. He gets dropped, and at the same time, we're seeing Flavor of the Month rip apart Tyler, gets his battery back off, so that'll give him a little bit of a moment of relief. Unlucky, also trying to reposition, kind of had to abandon Tyler to put pressure on this other squad further down the hill, as once again, they try to capitalize on as much damage as possible here, try and claim those KPs, as it's pure raw chaos at the moment on the field here. Everybody just trying to get everything they can, and for Bosch, trying to stay alive, but no, they'll go down in 5th place, as finally their Valkyries eliminated. Flavor of the Month back on board with them, as they've been dominating from the top end for quite some time, and still are going to be able to do so. Pretty much zero pressure against them, as most players are at full HP for this team.
Yeah, and those placement points now become a huge factor. We've got the reposition coming out of Ascent of Arise. They've got the Valkyrie ult ready to help them get into whatever they feel is going to be the best next spot. That circle, though, not a whole lot of room left in it. Flavor of the Month still up top, like you were saying. That fight on the bottom side just got absolutely wild. They're trying to get something done inside that seer bubble, and it gets tricky very, very quickly. As we're waiting, where have they come out with that deploy yet? I'm waiting to see this other team ascend to the sky. Yeah, okay, they're playing this. I think they're gonna wait. They're gonna wait for it to hit 0, right? This is their way out of the command center without taking the gravity launcher.
Yep, they're just going to try to play on the bubble here, and are just going to try and play on the circle and see what will happen with it. There we go. There's the launch. They've got the timing pretty much perfect, but we'll have to wait and see if they can actually do anything once they land. It's more than likely still going to be pushed directly out into the open. Pigs going crazy as they try to look for a safe landing spot, and safe is going to be a bit of a stretch here. Yeah. As you can see, members of Flavor of the Month just following them across the sky here, waiting for them to drop back down, and I'm sure that third squad doing the exact same thing. They're going to land directly next to them. They are able to get actually a nice little safety zone going for themselves here, so they'll be able to deploy out some good utility. You can see the Watson probably going to have a minute to throw at least 2 to 3 fences down, and for the most part, Flavor of the Month actually just doesn't want to challenge it because the position is too strong. So nicely done from Incentive Arise to get themselves in here.
Yeah, I love, really see the value of the Watson. It's just so difficult to try and make a quick push into this when you have the pylons to intercept the grenades, you have the fences for even that fraction of a second slow. If they try to go through it, it's going to make it so difficult to get around this. They do have this big terrain next to them, so we've been seeing Locky peek up, kind of waiting to see if it's going to be a flank from around the top of this boulder, or if they can continue to just hold the left side. But if micro drones are going to come in and kind of bring a little bit of that pressure, they still are going to have to make that next fight. This is it, the final ring. Eventually, it's just going to condense into nothing in 35 seconds. So the fight, it's going to happen whether they want to or not, Blue.
Anyway, an exciting fight so far. Everything obviously being centered around Stormcatcher here, but still works out pretty well for the entertainment factor. We got Flavor of the Month, again, still with the high ground to play off of, but they've constantly got to worry about Incentive Arise now sneaking out behind them. I believe the final remaining squad is going to be 3 friends we were following, escaping one of the interior facilities a little bit earlier in the game. There's going to be that pressure coming in from the Valkyrie Q, trying to throw that back against these players. Away from that, though, we've got Noth positioning himself up on the hill, sneaks at least a little bit of damage off on one of the 3 friends roster, even changing around the helmet now to make sure they have the most potent utility inside of this fight. Probably ended up giving it to Taylor, and indeed that is the case.
Who wants to peek? Who wants to peek? Here's the helmet, and good luck.
Makes that part a little bit easier. I will say 3 friends probably in the least advantageous position that we currently have, but they can also wrap their way into top 2 placement pretty easily should we end up seeing Incentive Arise as well as Flavor of the Month get busy together. But I think most of the attention from both of those spots is going to be on 3 friends here, so it's going to be tough for them to be able to sneak anything in. You can already see Flavor of the Month just kind of biting at the opportunity, like, come on, we can jump this, we can jump this, we can jump this. They actually, I think, missed the transition up against the rock for them, so that could be bad if they don't manage to see that coming back down, but I'm going to assume they were already somewhat aware of that. There we go. There's going to be the ultimate coming out from the Seer, and Incentive Arise just wants to stay as far away from this for as long as possible. They're going to bring out their own Seer ultimate. We already got the Microdren scan going against one of the teams hiding out below. 3 friends actually holding off the push. If you look at the kill feed there from Flavor of the Month, so greatly done. Flavor of the Month might have had that misread on the positioning. That might have just been perfect timing on the reposition there from 3 friends. Either way, there you go. Flavor of the Month with the high ground. is the first of these 3 to go in. Beautiful defense from 3 friends, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get themselves back to full HP for the next fight versus Incentive Arise. So they sweep in, get a very nice cleanup, and they'll take the first place victory for themselves.
Yeah, kudos to Incentive Arise. I mean, the level of patience demonstrated is huge, because Flavor of the Month being right on top of them in a spot where they couldn't really make a move, they couldn't really get up there. You're just saying, okay, we got to give it up to the guys of the high ground. But the fact that they come down, take that fight, and they're able to, as you said, they played it, they waited as long as they possibly could, and then come right in. A weakened, softened up 3 friends was enough for them to get the wipe. So a really well played first round. Huge congrats to Incentive Arise. A strong start for them. And a strong start today here for us for the July Showdown for the Apex Legends here, brought to you by G-Loot and the No Carb Company. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to get into some more Apex action. Don't go anywhere.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the G-Loot July Showdown for Apex Legends. It's the finals. We're getting into it. We got our first game through, and you know what, Blue? We got a couple of things we asked for. We had some early intense fights. Things got a little crazy. We got to see Team Peepo. They made it relatively, you know, far after that, but didn't quite get that soft landing that maybe they were looking for.
I feel like they got that kind of like early grief karma sent back at their way a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were able to take down one of the best teams in the lobby, but it came with the cost of going down to like 10th place or something like that. We'll take a look at it here as Flavor of the Month also got out to a hot start. They too went quite aggressively. Unfortunately for them, we did manage to see them able to carry it through into a top 3 position. In my opinion, had one of the best positions inside of that final circle to potentially clutch out as well, but decided to get aggressive against one of our final 3 teams and unfortunately ended up in the last of those 3 positions. Kind of a surprise. We saw instead 2 other teams managing to top it out, including one that actually launched themselves into this positioning in the final circle very late. They were one of the last teams to get up on this cliffside, but still, they were the one to actually close it down and win. So big congratulations to that team.
Yeah, really got to see good utilization of the composition, right? When we're talking about which legends are getting picked, how they're going to play into it. I feel like you almost got to have a Valkyrie, right? Just the repositioning ability is so nice, and it opens up the rest of the playbook. And we see there that final circle was coming down. You had the high ground position set up. It looked really good for Flavor of the Month, but then coming down, Incentive, Horizon, 3 friends, man, they are absolutely here to ball out. And we get a look at the leaderboard after the first game. Incentive Arise took first place, but they only had 5 kills throughout the course of the game. So 3 friends are actually on top by 3 points right now. 11 kills in a lobby like this. That is definitely something to be proud of.
Bosch as well, able to still sneak their way all the way up to 3rd place despite going down, I think, like near like 5th or 6th, maybe a little bit less than that.
Yeah.
When you consider the fact they got 11 kills over the course of that game. So still pretty good for them, and probably explains why they weren't too worried about potentially going down on that earlier fight they took, because they had already torn through like 2 to 3 squads prior to that point. So Bosch certainly not going to be crying over any lost placement points from that game either. Still has 5 more opportunities to make up for that on the next drops.
That's right. And like we said, there's 6 games total. So now we're officially 1/6 of the way through. But a lot of people, I think, you're going into this, maybe they're reevaluating where we're going to take those drops. You know, if there's one fight and you feel confident, that's one thing. But if you think that there's a possibility you're going to go in for a similar drop and there's going to be that 3rd team or that 4th team like we saw at the beginning of game 1, maybe you reconsider landing somewhere else. And probably also worth bringing up, the circle was incredibly generous, huge dead center. There was really no pressure on anybody that was like, okay, we need to cover a lot of ground quickly. Everybody had a pretty smooth experience getting in there. We didn't have too many fights until, as we were saying, that final circle kind of started pulling everybody onto that cliffside.
Yeah, it turned into like one of those like Japanese game shows towards the end. Everybody's like sliding down the cliff almost. Everybody's just trying to fight for positioning, basically. So
we've doused it in maple syrup. Good luck.
Yeah. A little brutal at the end, but otherwise, I think given plenty of our team's opportunities, especially centering it for that middle portion as well over at one of the facilities. So made for a very fun time, and hopefully we get something similar to that. Like you said, probably gonna see the early fights cool off. We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes we get a few stubborn teams who's like, no, that's my landing zone, and I'm gonna fight for it 3 times in a row. But we'll have to wait and see. Like you said, more than likely going to see the teams that lost those initial fights kind of cool off on it and try to find a better position.
Yeah, it's like you say, right? There's only 2 ways it goes. It's either you have that quick aside before the game starts. You're like, hey guys, okay, we're not gonna go there, okay? And you either mean that, or it's, you know, you're gonna be like, okay, well, hey, a little game theory action. We're just gonna go in because nobody else will definitely want to be there. And then the exact same thing ends up happening again, which very possible, very possible.
All right, well, I think we are fairly close to starting. I believe we started the load-in process, and indeed, I am correct about that. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see how things go, as it is looking like, indeed, we'll get a couple squads on top of each other. Everybody trying to go for this launcher. Obviously, they can split up a bit from here, but this has the potential to be spicy right off the bat. We can even see a fresh Q from the Valkyrie, sending out the rocket barrage. People want to fight to start here. We just don't know who's going to come out on top of it, as 3 friends, at least right now, heading for the hills. Don't want to take the engagement. Obviously, they don't have weapons inside of this initial position, so we'll try to take it a little bit further and hopefully away from that other team that was also rolling with them just a few moments prior.
It's like a whole other layer to the strategy of this map, right? When you're coming down, because those gravity cannons can move you so fast. If the plane drop doesn't go over the POI that you want, coming down onto that cannon and then using another one to get all the way out, that just gives you that freedom. You know no one's going to be making a soft landing on you. If they're going to have to chase by the cannon, it's going to make a ton of noise. It'll be easy to see. It'll be easy to hear. So get to that spot that you want to be, loot up, and keep it moving. I like them playing outside. They came in really strong in game one. Feel like there's a little bit less pressure for them to perform coming in here. They just want to maintain that consistency. Although I'm sure I say that, but they'll be bringing it 100% once we get to the later rings.
Scent of a Rise trying to scavenge here. Is it going to be looking down a bird or two, see if that makes the process a little bit easier for Lufkin? Gonna have a Peacekeeper, obviously a pretty upgraded P2020 to work with as well. But
so that's as nice as a P20 gets.
Yeah, pretty much. So we'll see that more than likely get traded out for like an R99 or a 301 when he's able to find.
If he gets a kill with it before he finds another gun, I'm okay with that too.
I mean, listen, close range, this thing would slay, because one pump from the Peacekeeper, they're probably broken shields there, and then you just unload the pistol on them, and that could actually work pretty well. But problem is, it's super niche for close range. So we've already seen him exchange that out for the alternator, and he's probably gonna look for another upgrade soon too.
I'm an agent of chaos. I want to see get some madness. I want to see somebody land only on a Mozambique, and have to make that last minute play. Taking out a couple more. Get the box off the birds as they continue to loot up by the down beast. Incentive Arise, though, like you were saying, they made that good calculated play out of the entrance of Command Center was blocked off by the time that ring had closed on them, but the gravity cannon there was open, and they didn't want to shoot out of it into the ring. So you keep the Valkyrie ult, that repositioning ability, and just the targeting once you're up in the air and being able to see anybody that's within your line of sight and having that mark is so useful. So especially if we end up with that high ground coming into play again, which it looks like it could. It's going to center in a little bit further west, not quite by the east side of Command Center. So a little bit of a different drop. I think no one's too far away. Maybe the northeast teams, we've got some distance there.
And we do see Echo hot on the tails of at least one squad there. You can see more of our mint green team on the run at this point. I do believe they have been able to get away, but had to pass through at least one of their squad in the process. Still, though, fairly centralized circle to play off of, so giving a lot of our teams an opportunity, as we've seen Evid here themselves with plenty of opportunities to frag out, and more so just kind of denying any of their opponent's capability to do so. We can see that machine gun lined up, the red dot from it.
He's ready.
The event that anyone actually wants to open this door. I wouldn't, but that's me. We'll have to see if anyone else wants to challenge.
As someone who likes to turtle, and I know that Rampart was played in ALGS, but not really as much as anybody else. It was kind of slid in there a little bit. But those fortifications are absolutely terrifying. You imagine you open that door, you're turning 360 degrees and walking away. Okay.
Oh yeah, especially when combined with Watson, right? You're thinking like end game positioning, especially if you
just throw a grenade over it. No.
especially if you have like a building that you can sit inside. And you're not just like hiding around some rocks where someone can jump over top of you. Rampart can absolutely come into huge use just with those shield panels alone. Not even to mention they have the LMG that can be set up as the ultimate.
And the only thing left is to turn the pylon into like a Bluetooth speaker and get some jams going while they're camping out.
Have a whole party going for that, but doesn't look like a whole lot is going to be going on here anytime soon for Evids. They've got a pretty casual time for themselves. Gonna need to probably venture out a bit more from here. Unfortunately, still working with just white shields at this point, so I would imagine they'd want something a bit more than that, but we're going to hop on board with two other squads who are in the midst of a little bit of a poke battle against each other. Not going to see full outright engagement, but they've got a healthy number of bullets still being exchanged between both of them here as they try to pepper out each other. Just trade mats for shields essentially right now.
Yeah, and two squads eliminated early again, like we were talking about before. So something that we'll keep our eyes on. And like you were saying, I think you're turtled up in that spot, and you're like, okay, is someone going to run into this blender, this meat grinder that we have set up? Probably not. Not quite incentivized to go there, but at the same time, moving out and getting better resources to play that late game is still going to be huge. You're not leveling your Evo shields if you're not fighting, or going out and getting crafting materials to upgrade. So there's still a lot of variables at play for them. And that's where you like have the Loba come in. That's where the Loba is always nice if you want to turtle up and just steal everything. Because if you're out on the map, you get to be like the diehard hamsters and get yourself a Mastiff.
It's going to be a nice find for late game here, assuming that Alex can hold on to that here. Diehard Hamster is going to potentially get some redemption for themselves. A little bit of an unlucky start in the last game, as I think they had some loading issues for themselves, only end up with the Valkyrie, but they may have been able to more than make up for that. I think the game has given them some karma back with this Mastiff here, so we'll see what Alex Miss is going to be able to work with that at a later point in this game. Just throwing out a few of those rockets from Valkyrie's Q here, just trying to keep some of the aggression contained, and more than likely will stay contained. Things are a little bit too risky to try to leap directly into a fight right now, so all these teams is going to remain that respectful distance away from each other.
Yeah, you have the option to drop down into the forest and try to run with the cover, but as soon as you do that, there's no real chance of turning up to shoot at anyone, so you're playing on the scaffolding, you're trying to be careful, there's not too much cover there. Well, it looked like we had about 3 teams within a reasonable proximity. Diehard Hamsters, they got some good loot, but not really a whole lot picked up in the way of the equipment setup. Not really seeing the attachments either, so they're going to make their move towards the tunnel and continue to move forward. A little preemptive bubble to try to block for him so he can make it to the door. Does get knocked, but not before he gets through, so I like the idea that he's like, I'm just going to throw the bubble just to block for where I'm going to try to go. But, of course, that means the bubble's going to come in on the engage. And now, Diehard Hamsters, we got Big P. He's running away as social rejection gets popped. And I'm not entirely sure if they're going to be able to make it through the other side of this door. The Valkyrie is knocked. And that's an unfortunate turn of events for the Diehard Hamsters.
Unfortunate, it's putting it lightly as well, considering the Mastiff that would have been left behind, assuming that Big didn't have it. And no, he didn't. He's working with a charge rifle alternator combo, so that's still sitting on the body of the Valkyrie, meaning that's going to go over to the team that just wiped them out. You can't even blame the Octane here for abandoning the situation either. Still working with only the tier 2 shields, no real way to be able to realistically fight that out against a squad who we could assume is fully equipped at that point. They made the right decision, just unfortunate the timing that it was thrusted upon them, as they definitely should have been able to save that Mastiff and any of the other loot they had for later on the game, just never really got the opportunity to use it.
Yeah, like you were talking about, that Mastiff, of course, for the late game has big potential to do a lot of work. We go over to Bosch, deploying back over towards the southwest end of the ring. Got eyes on it. Looks like it's caught something caught their attention a little bit here. Got eyes on their team looting up. That's that Valkyrie targeting, like we were talking about earlier. Super useful for these rotates.
Ring of Fire come in as well here to allow them to engage upon it. Already hot into the fray, as we've seen once again Boss just go for the outright slaying power in the midst of the closing ring. Tier 1 ring, to be fair, but still, in the midst of the ring, having no problem wiping out this team. This is showing us how Bosch was so dominant. For anybody that wasn't here for our pre-show, just to bring up the Group 1 semifinal standings from yesterday as well. Bosch had 35 placement points, which puts them 1 point ahead of the second place team in Flavor of the Month. But get this, their total score was 102 points compared to Flavor of the Month's in second place 65, meaning that Bosch got 67 kills over the course of the 6 games that were played out yesterday in their group, meaning that they scored pretty much 10 kills a game, more than that, in fact, about 12, I think.
I think that becomes even more impressive when we remind ourselves about how that first game even started, was Flavor of the Month, holding their own against multiple early fights. They made it all the way to the top 3. We were talking Flavor of the Month, but Bosch in their group brought it to them. So we're definitely expecting to see them come up in those rounds. I think we had about 1 win go between Incentive Arise. I think there were 2 wins for Bosch, though. So they were able to take it all the way to the 2 of those maps. So if we see that here, that comeback, that potential for them to get on top is still very much alive.
Yeah, they're already keeping up with their KPs, too. Managed to claim 11 in the previous game. So far, that average is staying true from the semis here to the finals. Another squad getting jumped on as we're following them. It's the, we're just going to call this the face roll team, if that's okay, because that's what the name looks like on the keyboard here, rather than outright pronouncing the name. We're going to see them, unfortunately, have to fall back under these circumstances. They seem pretty ready to jump into the fray here, but it's a little bit too hot for them, and they don't really have great positioning to play for either. So they're going to see what they can get from a distance here to level up their evos a bit, but not a whole lot being presented to ASDF GG ASB. See, I told you, it's better to just call them the face roll team there than attempt to spit that out every time, as they're going to be pushed back into this next building.
Say ASDF and G are on home row. I think maybe team home row, but the Gab, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that comes from.
I mean, it's like I'm saying, we can call them that full name. I just don't think you want us to.
No. Well, now they've got the lockup, and we talk. Okay, so this is like the dream setup, though. You've got the Watson to totally lock it down. Gibraltar, if they're pressing the outside, you can still cast the ultimate and kind of push away if you need to get out the door. And then, of course, you can have the pylon set up on the inside to catch the grenades. So they're very well postured. I think the big thing maybe that you would want is if you could have had another scan to see where that next ring is going to be. But otherwise, if they're still well centered in it, then they've got plenty of time. So it looks like it's going to be focusing in on the northwest of where it currently is right now. We take a nice little pan shot.
Away from that, it's pretty calm across the map right now. I'm not seeing any huge fights getting engaged upon. We do see that is going to be Bosch in the distance over there. And of course, we still have Big from that one squad that got pushed out as well. This was the team that we talked about.
Is he just under the bridge?
Yeah, and literally a troll under the bridge right now. Not that he can really be anything else. But.
Look, if that's when life makes you a bridge troll, sometimes you just gotta be a bridge troll, you know?
Bridge troll with a tier 2 shield. Not much luck for him, unfortunately. Can't even try to like rat his way into a quick kill because he's only got that 50 HP.
I'm gonna need one Evo 5 armor to get past me. That's all. It's the only payment I request.
Horizon United with a little bit of an unfortunate landing here off of their Valkyrie ultimate, just not ready to fight that quickly, and as a result, now it's only the Valkyrie left in the fray. Good dodge from Lippin themselves on the Valk, but no time to get the shield off. Back up top, has at least one player down and tries to go for the KP, but it's not going to get, actually it looks like it did get confirmed, so Ezzy at least goes out. Pretty sure that'll be at least one KP going to that team, but their time in the sun is done in High Society. As I actually correct myself, never mind, as he never even went full down. I might have a UI bug there, but he'll be back into it now. So we'll see High Society stay at full, or at least that's what they're going to attempt to be at, as Denze now as well, very low, but is able to dodge the shots, get himself behind his safety of a dorm with 6 batteries in pocket. Not a problem to be able to shield himself back up.
Yeah, huge win right there. I mean, we saw Horizon Union be a dominating force in that last map, so taking them out this early does shift the dynamic a little bit. High Society very well looted up. We're seeing that Valk. Of course, Denze not just getting the heal back, but that level 5 Evo is so nice to have. Just so much shield potential. And Flavor of the Month is coming up on them. So are they going to try to push into this? It looks like they're in a long-range fight against Echo on the other side, but do they even realize they've got a whole nother team in their face right here? I think that was the Valkyrie Q coming in on that bridge where everybody died a little bit earlier, but Flavor of the Month is going to need to make a decision soon.
Player of the Month, are they ready for the pressure? The good news, they got a little bit of a bailout too. The other squad's going to be attempting to jump on them, is dealing with some other players. So we can see Taylor here sneaking off a shield crack on one of the players from the aggressive squad, sitting just directly in front of them. Trying to go for the nanobots, not going to be able to really get the scan going for himself though. A little bit off the marker here, and their team is putting some pressure against them too. So Player of the Month also being denied in their capability to move forward. We can see this here for Taylor as well as Kuya, that they're trying to swing forward, but there's no right to be able to jump out in the open. So they're going to camp back. You can see they've got a few shots still being thrown at them too. Things are just a little bit uncertain for them to be able to really make that play forward, despite them definitely wanting to. They don't have as much confidence as Bosch does, so not just going to throw themselves at this fight.
Flavor of the Month's position is interesting because they have the pressure. They have the pressure, but there were the other squads by Echo as well. So if they go in, then you're basically ringing the dinner bell for the two teams that were a little bit further east of them. So the patient play becomes the move. Dazo taking a step back off the Peacekeeper. One man standing. No banners in hand either. I'm just going to dip.
Yeah, losing more and more of the shields here, deciding if he can find any way to stay in the area, but it's just not going to work out. Was going to be a safe circle position to play from, but no longer the case. Daz has been forced back. Plenty of bats, though, so not going to get any lack for that as he works himself out of here, as he loots what remains of the spider loot here, but just going to go for a reposition real quickly. Has the ultimate ready to go. He's actually going to wait this one out, too. Might be baiting in some opponents with it.
He's like, I'm going to chill here until somebody shoots at me. And the moment that one bullet even grazes my cheek, I am in the sky and playing for placement, I guess. It's the difficulty of going for banners, I think, and trying to get a res this late.
Yeah, because if he can...
I think it's kind of off the table.
if he can stay there, I'm pretty sure he'd like to stay there because that's like a much better late game position you're trying to play from. But obviously doing this ultimate is, especially seeing that he's alone and doing it, is probably going to...
Could be questionable.
Yeah, it's going to attract the attention of at least a few players, I would reckon. But there's a lot of action going on, so might be able to get away with it just in the fact that it's good timing. We'll follow that up in a few and see if they're still going to be in the fight. In the meanwhile, we have got our face roll team here looking to make another push forward. Jez as well as Remy push themselves into it here in the midst of another fight. I believe it's against High Society as well here. A bit of a standoff at the doorway, but the majority of the squad they try to take down is going to work out, and that'll be Ezzy, Kim, CZU, and the rest of that team that was actually contesting against Flavor of the Month from before, so that'll work out well. Denze from High Society did successfully land off of the Valkyrie ultimate as well, so was able to make his way to a new safe position in the midst of the chaos that was otherwise going on around here.
Every single frag on the map now pushes him a little bit further forward if he can stay alive. And you know what? With what's on the line, you've got all these games to go through. The last thing that you want to do is just yeet yourself in there because you're all alone, and then you end up barely being out of the money where you want to be at the end of it by 1 or 2 points. And you're like, man, I wish I had just chilled. Wish I had just held back. We get to see Galaxy News Radio. We haven't got to see quite enough of them based on their performance as one of the top teams on Group 2. Coming over to the side is Mouty off that R301, switching over to the Peacekeeper, trying to get towards the bottom side by the Castle Defense. Lands one good shot, but gets knocked, and now it's just down to Mox.
Not really anywhere to run, so he's going to try to leap into the fray. Had their opponents already fairly low, so he's going to be able to finish off at least one of the squad that was left inside of that engagement. That's XDD going down at the hands of Mox. Mox, a potential res coming in here too, as the other team is falling back to try and get themselves back up to full HP. They are going to have a very big advantage if they decide to re-engage, and we can already see that the micro drones coming in. This might actually be a completely different party. Yeah, it is. Flavor of the Month suddenly leaping into the fray, trying to reactivate Mox, but nowhere else to run. Like I was saying before, Mox had to fight and tries to go for the flight at the end too, but just doesn't work out. Sails a little bit too close to the sun and gets the team knocked out.
Flavor of the Month really bringing it here today. I mean, we were talking about in their group just making it this far, how Bosch had kind of had that huge gap over everybody else, but they've come back with a vengeance, maybe taking a lot of pointers from what ended up happening to them yesterday. And well, that's just one of, it's just one of those magical things about any battle royale. At some point, it's just, you got to go solid snake mode, okay? You're hiding in cardboard boxes. Exactly. You're crawling on the snow so you don't leave footprints, which somehow makes sense. Just don't let anybody see that you've been here.
I'm actually very surprised they haven't seen him yet. Considering all I gotta do is look to the right. Even like there's two squads here that should have been able to spot him.
I become invisible to the naked eye.
Dazo's got to have the itchiest trigger finger too when he's seen a few of these team players get cracked out.
All I want to do is laser this guy on the right, but then I will instantly die.
So he's going to sit here and play this as patiently as, like, literally not even moving the crosshair. Just for that.
He has his ult too, so it's the eject button is also there if they find him.
He's like, I'm not even gonna take the risk of me like rotating my player model, potentially spotting me out right now. I'm just gonna stay silent as the grave and hope it works out.
The jungle.
Big push now from Bosch as they continue to get hyper aggressive here. That's another squad. They get revenge from earlier on in the first game too, knocking out the champions. So I believe actually managed to take down Bosch as well. So they're going to be able to knock them out of the running. Our first place finishers, I believe, dropping to 6th for this one. Weren't following them too closely, so unsure of their KPs, but we'll obviously have that information for you guys once this game is finished and we come back from our break.
Yeah, 3 friends. That's definitely worth pointing out. The kill points are what's going to determine how far they come down from that first place spot. And of course, keeping in mind how that's going to affect everything else. I mean, you've got Echo playing. I mean, the placement points are still on the table. It's like I've just got 3 in my sights. It's beautiful.
I wouldn't be this strong.
No. That's
I would have cracked him and then immediately died. Probably. See?
Do it.
See, now that's too tempting. Come on.
You wait for the fight to start.
That's like 300 damage waiting for you right there.
Okay, but think about this 300 IQ is wait for the fight to start, and then all you got to do is just let them get hurt right as the fight's about to end, and then just steal the 3 kill points, right?
He's just waiting for them to go into this building, I'm pretty sure. Then he's going to dump it.
Steal 1 or 2 knocks as they push this door. Oh, there.
He's like, no, don't go up top. Don't go up top. Go inside. Go inside. I need you to go inside. If you go inside, everything works. If you go up top, it's unsure. Oh, they might have finally seen him, I think. We heard some shots go out there. Yep, we can see it. The spray coming out against him. So Daza So, to be fair, held that position for like nearly 5 minutes without going noticed, despite the fact that he had players literally surrounding him.
If he had died with the rest of his team, I think that would have been like 5 or 6 placements. He lasted quite a while by himself.
Able to rat himself forward pretty nicely, and still, okay, never mind, Jake. Now he's gone down. As yeah, there isn't really any room for him to land remaining, especially considering again the fact that he's alone here. Got away with it the first time, but 2 times in a row, sneaking out the solo Valkyrie ult. That's going to be a little too much. So we finally see Echo getting knocked out in 5th place. Like we said, though, pretty considerable. Considering the fact that they had been brought down to that single player around 10 or 11 squads remaining. And now we come to our final 4 here where everything is off the table. We've got ASDF, GG, ASB going up against quite a few other squads. Speaking of them, Mios is going to be able to deny the first attempt to hop into their structure. Obviously quite well defended with all of these gates put down by the Watson, but still doesn't mean it's impossible to put the pressure in. If there's one small gap, they can take out the shielding and allow for themselves to be pushed in. And the players down below just certainly waiting for an opportunity to do so. I believe we've got Flavor of the Month also on the outskirts. That they may be the team that's very well trying to push in against this ASDF, GG, ASB, trying their best to hold on to it here. And Limek at least going to be able to get the first kill going for themselves. No, they cannot maintain. Wow. And the face roll squad is going to be knocked out as a result of that by Peepo, who's now managed to push themselves into the top 3.
Really sick play there by Peepo. Gotta give huge credit there on the Gibraltar bubble for the entry. Using him as the door breach, or the window breach rather, and taking a really, really insane fight. Honestly, that's a really well set up position that they had. And now we go back over to Flavor of the Month. Well, they're not surprised to be in a top 3 situation. There is only that last minute and 45 seconds before the ring is entirely closed. So we will see it come to its conclusion. They should know that building. That's at least where Peepo is. And I think he's got eyes on him by the tree there. So they're looking for that third party as they're trading shots with each other.
This is going to be the second, at minimum, confirmed 3rd finish now for Flavor of the Month. We'll see if they can improve on their last game performance by pushing it past this point. But positioning not working out great for them right now. Peepo holds the high ground against them from the inside of that circle building. And of course, you still have Bosch waiting around the corner too, just guessing at the opportunity to try and leap into this fight. Unlucky actually on top of one of those buildings. So quite an aggressive stance being put out here by Bosch. See that defensive bombardment coming in. Ring of Fire also out for Matafe and continuing to harass out with the nades. Also putting a huge amount of damage over there onto Flavor of the Month. Actually going to see them get thrusted into the air as well by their Horizon. They'll try to chain that into the Black Hole ultimate, but they're just sustaining so much here. Already seeing Kohia go down. The push is coming out as well from people on the inside, but they're just going right into the crosshairs of Bosch, thinking they can third party them. That may not be the boldest play. Bosch is more than ready for the engagement, as actually Peepo is going to be the first team to get knocked out. Flavor of the Month had a rat making it into the top 2, but Bosch will still claim the title.
Nice cleanup there by Bosch, and there we get to see a little bit of that that prowess that kind of gotten teased looking at the scores for the qualifying event to get to this point of it. And there it is for Bosch, getting into a very intense situation, playing around what was kind of just a bloodbath. Honestly, that push in by Team Peepo was a thing of beauty. The way that they executed that could have blown up in their faces so easily, but just a great top 3 overall. And we're gonna get all the scores tallied. We're gonna get the replays queued up for you, and we'll take another look at this match as we get ready for our next one after a short break. We'll see you on the other side, ladies and gentlemen.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in Apex Legends to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the G Loot Showdown July for Apex Legends. I'm Nathanius, joined by Blue, and we just finished up our second of 6 games, trying to figure out who is going to come out on top. It's been a pretty close competition, though, Blue. I feel like we haven't had one team stomping. There's at least 4 or 5 of them that are very, very tight-knit, it seems.
Definitely have some front runners, though, between at least Flavor of the Month and Bosch. Seeing some consistent placements for them, and for Bosch, some consistent frags. I know for certain I'm expecting some big gains for Bosch in this game, obviously because they won it. And on top of that, we know we caught them winning at least like 3 different team fights as well, so it should be a good number of points coming in for them. Before we get to all that, though, we'll take a look at the highlights once again, as things up. Yeah, just as I was talking about, started out nice and hot for Bosch, and they got into literally the very first fight we witnessed.
Yeah, came in right on top, managed to grind it out all the way super late. We had the team face roll doing their thing with a great lockdown over a beautiful position. Galaxy News Radio were able to make a couple of moves before getting caught out, but Bosch, they were the team to follow, mopping up so many squads. I'm very interested to see what the scoreboard's going to look like after these highlights, because the only thing that could really get in anybody's way was people off of a great push inside towards the end. But that still wasn't enough to stop the madness that would be Bosch as they made their push through. Everybody was forced out in that final circle, and then coming through with the Peacekeeper to close it out. You can't ask for a whole lot more than that.
ASDF GG ASB having themselves a pretty good game there as well, able to sneak into quite a few engagements for themselves. So here we'll have the scores, and in fact, not going to be too surprising to see ASDF GG ASB with 9 kills and in 3rd place overall. But as we just heard you exclaim there, Bosch absolutely decimating inside of this game. 19 kills, killing literally a third of the lobby, and still managing to get top placement points as well. That should surely put them in first place on the leaderboards out of the 2 games we played so far.
That's just ridiculous. We get to see the total leaderboard of the cumulative scores. So Bosch, they've definitely earned their way up there. I mean, that's a ridiculous amount of kills to get, and I think we can see now how they crushed the preliminaries before reaching this point. So they're at 46 total points. Just behind them with 26 is Flavor of the Month. So they're almost doubling 2nd place, and not well, I mean, at that point, you know, from 2nd to 3rd and 4th, it stays a little bit close. You've got 3 Fens and Flavor of the Month still in the mix, but you're basically begging for a pop-off game now if you want to come back here, or Bosch needs to crash and burn. But I feel like they're only going to be getting hotter as we move through.
It seems like it's certainly going to be the case. And we can say the same for Flavor of the Month as well, at least from a positional perspective, has managed to place their way into the top 3 2 times in a row now. So going to be curious to see if they can continue that, as that consistency can sometimes be hard to achieve in the games of Apex. It's also important to note, of course, we are coming to the end of our first map rotation here. This is going to be the final game coming up on this drop for Storm Point. We'll be moving over to World's Edge for the final 3 games following this one.
Yeah, we're mixing it up, keeping it fresh, trying to test all the facets of skill that these guys have. So we'll be doing this last round, like you were just saying, on Storm Point. So this is it. If there was anything left to do, it has to come out here. We had a couple of hot drops. We've had a couple of very big early fights. We've gotten to see top teams make it through these early fights, like Flavor of the Month, like Bosch. They win those scrappy battles. They get that early resource advantage, but they still push it to the limit and make it all the way to the very end. So can they continue that up as we finish Storm Point, or maybe things will turn around for some of our straggling teams when we get to World's Edge? A little bit more familiar, especially on the competitive side of Apex. World's Edge, that's kind of where all the eyeballs are.
We mentioned it at one point there when we were checking out the replays. Galaxy News Radio definitely managing to get some gains going, as I think they ended up with like a top 10 finishing there. I'm pretty sure they managed to close at least 1 team fight too, so should have had a couple KPs to take home with them. But still, this is team number 1 from Group 2 here. Managed to win it with 90 points. Fairly close top finish. Horizon Union was right below them at 86, but still expecting to see a little bit more of them considering that semifinals positioning. So going to be wanting to keep our eyes on that team and a few others to see if we get a late game surge from them, either here on the final drop of Storm Point or on any one of our World's Edge games. Definitely keep your eye on them. But regardless, we're leaping in with our champions from match number 2. It's Bosch coming in hot.
Yeah, and as short of getting eliminated extremely early, there's not a whole lot of bad moves you can make when you're almost double up on the 2nd place team. As long as you're getting a couple of kills, every one you get is denying one that an opposing squad could use to try to come back. But of course, you just want to make sure you're also getting that placement point. So there's no need to necessarily rush it, but what they're doing is working. So There's obviously not a whole lot of pressure on that side. Worth mentioning as well, if you guys are interested in this sort of stuff, I mean, they qualified through weekly cups that were being played throughout the month up to this final. So the opportunity is there. If you hit up gloot.com, come compete, see what you can do. Maybe you think you've got the ultimate turtle rat strat to take these guys out, even if you don't want to take a straight head-to-head fight. Give it your best shot.
Do have a little bit of an engagement going on to start things out here. Peepo finding themselves an opponent to begin things. I'm not exactly able to tell who it was they were able to jump out against, but we'll follow that through in a moment. Get a better idea of that. As once again, we get a fairly centralized circle here, so things working out quite well on all of our storm point drops. This is going to drop a little bit further towards the north in comparison to the ones we found in the past few games, but still not to any huge extremity. We get plenty of opportunities to all of our teams, even including Flavor of the Month and Bosch. They're a little bit further out. Shouldn't be much of an issue for them to be able to rotate in and still play out with some aggressive potential to build up from those spots.
Yeah, it looks like you've got a couple of little scraps going. As we jump over to Incentive Arise, they got into it quite early on, sharing the landing over here in the northwest. You've got Locky trying to get into a position where he can go for this res. I think the enemy player is going to be able to see that he is going for it, but at the same time, they're kind of in a tough spot themselves. So still early enough in the game that the potential for that res on the Valkyrie is very much open. So win the fight. Get the beat, get the banner, and maybe just get the hell out of Dodge if that's what you need to do. I think he's going to take the res here early, though, so no problemo. Just ring a little dinner bell is the only warning.
Might as well. I think they have been able to scare away the opponent's presence that might have been nearby. Might have actually been this team, too, that we just saw running away. But we're going to jump on with another one. We actually haven't been able to check this team out just yet. Benkovsky working themselves forward here. Has Echo on the run onto the inside of this next facility. Will really get himself knocked out in the process. We got some bow action coming in here too against Echo as they still try to pepper in the damage back against their opponents that are trying to press them into this building. And we can even see a third party leaping into the fray too. That's going to be an opportunity for Echo. They've been definitely one of our more aggressive leaning teams when they feel they have the opportunity to. And this is certainly an opportunity for them to do so. They'll jump back out against the very same squad that was trying to eliminate them just moments prior, and immediately we're going to see them pick up the first down here against that Gibby that got cornered a few moments prior. And they'll turn this fight around very quickly after that third party jumped into the fray. Beautifully done from Echo to change the situation around and claim some KPs for themselves.
Very chaotic battle, very chaotic way to start it off here. There's the cleanup there. Peepo team, they made it so far. They fought so hard, but this round it did not get them quite where they wanted to be. So Echo Esports comes out on top of it, and we get to see them continue to fight. It looks like everybody else remains somewhat fairly spread out. Not seeing too much action going on. Very centered circle, by the way. Looks like we're going to end up just a little bit northwest of Command Center for the end of this one. That Command Center being in the next ring, though, does tell to me that maybe get a little turtle action going up in one of these tunnels.
We'll have to see, of course. It's very much a situation where you're going to have to watch both your backside and the front side if you decide to defend out against that due to the two-way access. And both those sides certainly going to be utilized considering the split of our players. You can see, though, another engagement getting started on our northern part of the map. It's looking promising for quite a few squads here, actually. It's going to be the Die-Hard Hamsters once again with some pressure thrown out against them. Hasn't been able to fend off some of the aggression coming in, potentially from just a lone member sitting up on top, more than likely grouped up with teammates, of course. But either way, it is forcing away the Die-Hard Hamsters from the current scenario and into a more greener pasture for themselves to try and dodge this engagement, as they do not want to fend off this pressure, considering that there is also another party in the fray too, a little bit deeper back.
Yeah, they've definitely had a difficult time with some of these engagements. We're talking about that rough start they had with the lobby issue after the first game, but they came back strong in game 2, ran into one of the top teams, got cleaned up, and, well, it kind of looked like that, if I'm being honest. Team on top coming down. Huge longbow shot for the knock on Big. And there's the Valkyrie Q to try and keep the pressure up, deny the res while they continue to move in. Let's see what they're able to do. Can they get away from this? Are they going to turn and fight?
There's not gonna be much of a choice as we switch over towards Bosch now, who is doing some very Boshy things. That's just kind of chasing down a team outright. Beautiful spray there from Unlucky. 120 on the car. Let's even get a bit more than that. No problem tracking these players down. He's already got 2 of them completely cracked, and there we go. There's gonna be another one fully knocked out. Another player also trying to run this Moxie, attempting to get out of this situation, but just not going to work out, as it's Galaxy News Radio on the run from Bosch here. Looking like Mox as well should be able to escape. Thankfully has the benefit of being on the Pathfinder, obviously, so speed is the name of the game here for this legend. Won't be too much of a problem there, but in terms of actually trying to do anything for the squad late game, that is now a dead dream, as I doubt he's even going to be able to scavenge the banners to be able to pick his teammates up, unfortunately.
He gets to play Dazo's role from last game, where he just tries to hide, to buy as much time, chew out the clock, get the placement points if you can. And we jump over to 3 friends. They were the leading team after the first round, but currently in 3rd place overall for today's matches, so not too bad. Definitely don't want to get picked early on here, though, so they need to be very careful with the way that this fight is going to go. Utilities coming out. There's the Seer ult. Moving forward on the Valkyrie, has the Devotion and Peacekeeper. Huge amounts of damage potential. I think he has that turbocharger as well, so do not want to get in front of that.
There's going to be Bosch once again on the other side of this fight. Bosch saw them landing in, thinking that they were some vultures or something. He's like, all right, cool, we'll take them on too. But the problem is they are much more ready for this engagement in comparison to the previous squad. You can see it. Bosch is getting torn to shreds here. Unlucky buying his teammates some very important time to get both the batteries back up. Now Unlucky will have to pull off the same thing. Circle's obviously going to start eating away at their HP. Also, had the members of the opposing squad quite low, but at the same time, they had some rips going out against them. And there we go. That's going to be at least one player from Bosch down, and the rest of it knocked out as well. 3 friends finally ending the terror of Bosch as they get revenge for the previous game.
Yeah, that's a huge fight for this early in the game. And, you know, relatively speaking, of course, that first ring has not finished closing yet. But with 16 squads remaining, that's a lot of placement points denied. We definitely saw Bosch get a few frags, so they won't walk out of this round with nothing. But this creates a huge opportunity for everybody left to try and play that catch up, depending on which teams are even left, because a couple of the big ones were, as we've already said, taken out. You want to get that catch up. You want to see if you can make it back over towards that, close that gap between second and first.
Actually quite surprising to an extent just how many squads have been eliminated. We only have just closed the first circle here. Round 1 has only just ended, and we're already a quarter of the way through the matchup here. Usually inside of like an ALGS setting, this would be maybe a team or 2 down, if not less than that.
Well, last game we made it to like the 4th with 18 teams, so feel you there.
It's a much harsher rotation. To be fair, that is the fault of some of our teams getting a bit more aggressive too, like Bosch, finally kind of getting their just desserts for playing as aggressively as they had been the past 2 maps. Might have to cool things off a little bit. We're also changing maps on the next round too, so that is potentially going to probably re-enable some of their aggressive tendencies, because they'll be less expected in terms of where they're going to try and land and route themselves towards. Away from that, though, we are still seeing teams kind of calm things down a bit. Echo specifically has a fairly safe position. The other teams you can see in the distance there, that's either going to be 3 friends or one of our other squads potentially trying to duke it out. Mox as well, that last remaining member of Galaxy News Radio. You can see his unit frame in the distance, just trying to survive. He was working with a vehicle there to try and run away with it too, so probably got some distance going. More than likely was able to close in on the circle as he tries to rat his position forward as much as possible.
Yeah, Horizon Union, definitely one of those teams that has the potential to climb their way up. When you're talking about teams like Bosch being off the table, and of course, we'll have to, when we get a chance to see how Incentive Arise is doing, if they're still in this game with all the bloodbaths that we've seen take place, because that's going to be another big factor for how this one progresses. I was going to say that command center still open up a lot. The circle's going to move towards the top center of that area, though, kind of opening things. So this position right here becomes a whole lot more valuable when you've got multiple teams trying to lock down the last couple of buildings that are going to be available.
Like I said, going very, very quiet in comparison to the past few minutes. And those early teams going down has actually probably created that to a certain extent. Like we said, a lot of teams kind of getting found on cutoffs and rotations. And as a result of that, creating a rare moment of calm here in the already kind of midpoint to the game. Scent of a Rise is going to be able to nearly work their way into the structure here. And as you can see, one of them, they're Seer specifically getting themselves picked off. He is in a safe position, but no, not safe enough as he sneaks his way over, gets the finishing blowout against him. Shouldn't have a problem recovering his banner, but we're quickly approaching a point in the match where revives are going to be risky, if not outright dangerous, to try and pull off here. So not much hope to get that third member back to full strength, let alone back in the game outright.
Yeah, I think that's why Incentive Arise was coming up here. It was one of the last spots, that northern end. You can hold out, kind of take this building side. It's going to cut the flank off as the circle continues to close. And then, of course, just having cover in general is always nice. But as they get forced out, everybody that was left on the outside is just going to be waiting for them like a trap. Goner trying to get a few shots over there from three friends, not quite able to do it. This big opportunity for them, as we saw, they were one of the top fragging teams in those first two rounds. So a dub here would be colossal. But like you were saying, the action has slowed down. We still have 15 squads. We haven't had another wipe. Maybe one's about to happen, but it's been a lot more cautious and calculated the last few minutes.
It's a lot of not full squads, though. If you do the quick little, like, remaining squads times 3 counter, we should be, if everybody was full squad, we shouldn't be near 45 right now. We're sitting at 38, meaning we have like 5 or 6 different squads that are missing a player, if not 2. So things are very scrappy across the entire server right now, as everybody's trying to kind of piece things together for themselves. XD in the midst of a fight, and there we go. There was one of those stragglers right now. High Society, only with Kim CZU left in the fight, and unfortunately not going to be able to take it much further than 15.
Getting closer and closer to that placement, becoming a big factor. Locking up the inside for XDD. That's where you're happy to have that. Watson fence the doors, keep it closed, keep it tight. That next circle, from what we were seeing earlier, looked like it might still be closing in on that spot too. This is just round 2 closing. So that final pressure to force the big fight, still a little ways off. We got 2 minutes before we'll need to move again. And it's still going to be over this little compound that they've got locked down. So high risk to move out. But of course, if they get a couple kills or push placement, that would be nice. Got the 30-30 repeater, some big range shots. Not a lot in the way of attachments, though. Just the sights for it.
So he's going to be just sitting there waiting for an opportunity to make impact. Same time, 3 friends have been pushed out of the circle. Not too far, to be fair with you. And one of their teammates actually being brought down fairly low as a result of that, probably from the previous engagement that this team was pushed into. You can see, too, they don't really have an easy way to get themselves back into a safe position either. So they are kind of just stuck here, draining out their health until the situation changes or until they finally catch themselves an opportunity to start moving in. They'll isolate at least one player, and again, just to push that point further, it's another rat.
We're finding the solos.
Yep, just left on their own. This was the one from Galaxy News Radio that got flushed down to just that single player after they got pushed by Bosch towards the beginning of the game, or I believe it was like the northwest extremity of the map. So that's finally that team getting knocked out as well, but still able to push it at least down another like 4 or 5 placements here. As finally, we are going to be able to see 3 friends push themselves back, or fairly close to back into the circle here, making that run around, trying to get themselves back into better straights too, as they get the quick craft going for themselves to boost up whatever they need to here.
Yeah, and making sure good resource management, obviously having to pop a pretty reasonable amount of their kits to keep the health up outside of the ring. So as they make their way forward, moving back, there's the full heal on the back side. So I think it's time now to keep on going. Wow, they're really making the most of that crafting tool, I gotta say. Definitely want to take everything with them. Can't bring it into the next game with you, so
we'll see them continue to move forward here. It's looking certainly palatable. We've got another rat here. It's the diehard hamsters.
The poor
again.
Lonely hamster. He's just hanging out. Just needs a little wheel to run on now.
It's going to be Givey as the rat as well. So really playing it on hard mode here. We'll have to see if he can get through unscouted. He does have that shield. Oh no, it's a momentary.
It's hard. But yeah, it's hard to hide when you're dummy thick. It's a difficult situation to be in.
It's probably the end of the road here, unfortunately, for the hamsters.
Oh, there he is.
No hide the Givey. Social rejection, the last one to go down. That'll be the end of the diehard hamsters. Now we're starting to stabilize things. I think we're, for the most part, back to full squads now. We should have right around 36 players, and we're showing 33. So we're looking a little bit more realistic here for our final closing circles. I think most of the stragglers have been found by this point.
It's gotten sparse, to say the least. And some downrange shots off the R301. We go over to Flavor of the Month, one of our most electric teams that we've been watching so far today, as they've continued to try and cement themselves in that top 5. Taking some wingman shots downrange, has the gold mag for it, so quite a few available to him. As that ring closes in, that damage is going to be tough. No stopping to heal there. Good cleanup. Flavor of the Month just ready to receive these stragglers running in at the last moment.
And speaking of stragglers, we got them dropping off like flies at the moment. Anybody that wasn't already secured in the circle is going to have a hard time getting themselves to that point. You can see this one too. Was wondering why we hadn't seen this team get fully eliminated, and now we've got our answer. Got brought down to just that last player alive. Volcano was the last one remaining from 3 friends, and he has now gone down. So our first game's winner going out this time right around 10th place for themselves. Still able to earn some points, but we were following them around quite a bit, and they were struggling to get themselves into a winning engagement as well. So I doubt they're sitting too high on the kill feed. And they're also going to continue to sink a little bit from their current position, right around 6th place, if I do believe so. Evad now going to be knocked out as well by Horizon, as they're able to find the last player from that team. Camera Fire goes down. We're well into the top 10 now. 8 specifically squads remain.
Yeah, and with 23 players, it's still should be mostly full teams. A duo or 2 here snuck in there. Maybe 2 solos. I'm not 100% on that, but mostly full squads. And that next circle, we've got a lot more going on here. This isn't quite that open space. We're not looking at the ravine. There's a lot of cover. There's a lot of foliage. There's still even a few buildings in play by those crafting materials. So I think now it's just the calm before the storm.
I want to say that's the squad that got pushed into the command center door and then lost their 1 player. That's probably who is still down a player at this point, because we should be at 24. So you're right about the duo. That's what it should be, and it's probably that squad they mentioned before. I can't remember who it was specifically off the top of my head, but we're going to start to see some action evolve here anyway, as Samsung Morningstars moving in for the finishing blow against Gamer Sensei, and they will be able to get it for themselves here. This is another team like we talked about before, decent amount of experience, including inside of the ALGS, full representation from Italy as well, looking to try and make their mark here today. Managed to finish in the top 5 of their group in the semis. So far, though, here inside of the final bracket, have been struggling a bit to make their performance known. That was the first time we spectated them overall. We're going to go in with Flavor of the Month, though, who are quickly moving in. Won't be able to find the best positioning because that cliffside up on top is well defended already by Watson Fields, but still, the team does get themselves into a corner to play off of at least, and we're going to switch over to another engagement now where, okay, we've got more aggression coming in from the Morningstars. They have the Craver to play with here. Mass going 2 for 2 on it in the meanwhile, knocking down 2 players from 2 separate squads, making it known you have to respect the presence here from the Morningstars. Maybe getting a tad too aggressive, though, as we've just seen their Gibby go into a down state, and both of their other players also working with low shields at this point.
Yeah, that clears out team outplay. They get wiped. We go over. We've got Samsung Morningstar still doing their best to hang on there with the Valkyrie, about 2 health. Not enough, and they are eliminated. We go back to Flavor of the Month, and I gotta say, what a way to handle this situation, Blue. They came in, the Valkyrie ult. They could see that there were teams in every direction around where they wanted to land, and then they couldn't land on top of that cliff, which looked like that was the initial ping. That they've been so flexible that it's really afforded them just a tremendous amount of survivability. And even on the bottom side of this, Sky's looking down on them, but pushing into that, I think, is still going to be a bit scary. You see that Rampage has only got 19 ammo in reserve, so not exactly rolling in the dough.
Yeah, we've seen, Flavor the pulling off all that, like you said, with the pressure from Raftex still being on them on the top side. Despite the low ammo, Sky going to try and make a push forward against FOTM as well, so there's been quite a bit of that. There is a little bit of excess Spitfire ammo sitting on Nick, so there's a possibility he could drop some for his teammate. I'm curious if it'll be the same thing for Hines, but it looks like Radax might be getting jumped on by a third party as well, so even they won't be able to fully focus on Flavor of the Month. Certainly going to be a sigh of relief for that team, still trying to forge their way into another top 3 positioning. This will be the 3rd one in a row for them, and certainly going to be attempting to contend to do it. They make their way over this wall into a safer corner where they can no longer directly be challenged by Radax unless they want to make a push off of a nade. They will have to worry, of course, from presence now inside of this village itself, but still way safer than what they were playing with a few moments prior. We can see that Q coming out from the team that sits a little bit more internal to the facility next to a building here. This is going to be another one of our top 5 squads from before. And we are going to see IA try to land on top of that same building, draws the ire of basically every local player, brings it down. Pretty sure just to this one member of the team too. It's going to be XD that holds the actual interior of this facility now that we get to go to their POV and just kind of inching at the opportunity to try and frag out against one of these teams. They're going to go for the player up on top, see if they can finish things off here, and indeed they will. Incentive Arise now down. So is one of their own players. We finally get the answer as well for XD about who had potentially gone down, but there we go. On Carl, we quickly brought back into it. This building is going to do huge favors for XD as they get free opportunities to reset time and time again off of it.
Now, this is exactly what you're imagining. You know, putting together the pillow for it, and the endless defenses, the unbreakable castle. That's the setup that they have. I think trying to push into that, you're just hoping. You're waiting for that final ring. You do not want to try to push into that building unless you see the third-party opportunity, but even that isn't going to be a guaranteed thing. Horizon Union is on the east side. They're looking for a way to get into there, but yeah, it's just a tough spot. Heinz playing on the backside of that wall, but it's just such a tricky spot to be in. All the power really feels like it's in the hands, like you were saying, holding that building. They've got high ground on everybody else. They have all those Watson fences set up. They've got the castle set up as well. So even if they do breach into there, they've got multiple defensive positions they can continue to fall back into.
Sometimes that pivotal position can give our teams a bit of a false sense of security, though, causing them to misplay it. We're going to see here one team leaping up into the air, trying to find themselves a new engagement. Good follow-up Q coming in from the Valkyrie as well. Makes sure the Flavor of the Month can't land too many shots onto this team. They're going to, unfortunately, I think they got knocked out of the sky. They were trying to go landing directly in the same position. It was Radix from the hilltop before. Like I said, pretty sure they got knocked out of the air. Beautifully done by the fire coming in against them. That's going to stop them from sailing away here. Knocks them out literally of the game as well. Flavor of the Month still locked into a corner here too, with at least 2 squads pressure against them, but props to Flavor of the Month. They have been able to once again make it into the top 3 just as they did in the previous 2 rounds.
This has been a beautifully played situation by them. They weren't able to take the spot that they wanted. They kind of had to tuck themselves in this corner when they rotated over off the original Valk ult, and they have truly made the most of it, continuing to hold this position. And as that ring continues to close, it's just cutting off some of that building, force that turtle team out. As they continue to play this backside, get the batteries up, get the shields up. Watson pylon right in his face. He's going to get knocked down. We switch over to Mimu, trying to get the next play off the Peacekeeper. That's not going to be enough. Horizon Union is out. Flavor of the Month is making it rain. And as the rest of the players come outside for that final fight, it looks like they've taken the high ground with the roof. Drops down. And Flavor of the Month off a Peacemaker shot are going to take that dub.
What a defense from Flavor of the Month. You guys saw it, specifically Horizon Union just throwing everything but the kitchen sink at them with regard to their nade pool. Nearly bleeds them out, but thankfully they have the bats and mats to survive that, get themselves juiced up to full HP, and then turn the fight back on its heels, not only to knock out the offenders sent against them, but also the third squad involved in that fight as well. Beautifully played and a well-deserved, finally, first place finish coming in for Flavor of the Month. We had seen them lurk inside of that top 3 for the past 2 games, not able to play it out for various reasons, but this time finally seeing things come to bear. Definitely going to be some healthy point games coming in, as I'm sure they scavenged quite a few KPs at the tail end of that too. Also, remembering the previous fights, Flavor of the Month was heavily active all throughout those final 2 to 3 circles. Should be a healthy amount of KPs being gained from that as well, I would reckon.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Especially, let's not forget Bosch. They got taken out placement-wise pretty early that game. So this became very quickly a catch-up game for everybody else. This was that moment where you knew they weren't going to be able to win. So if you wanted to come up, if you wanted to catch up with them, this is where you had to do it. We're going to get a look at the scoreboard and move on to World's Edge after the break. We'll see you in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in Apex Legends to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back once again to the July G-Loot Apex Legends Showdown. I'm Nathanius. With me is Blue, and we did it, man. We've gotten through the first half of today's games. We played them all out on Storm Point. We got to see some shenanigans, some early fights, some rats hiding in trees, and a whole lot of people trying to run through doors that sadly had teams on the other side of them. Give me your TLDR so far.
No, yeah, I think we got pretty much the full variety of everything we expected to see out of Stormpoint. Right? We got the rampant aggression from Bosch. We got those very, very close, like, top 3 circles. Everybody, generally speaking, had a chance to be able to close it out. Especially that last one. They were very much up in the air until the final few seconds who was going to be able to close that one out. We even saw, you know, over the next 2 maps, Bosch finally getting punished for that. And the third one, as they tried to take more and more fights to the beachheads, finally got knocked out early as a result of that. And that's going to leave the question open now in terms of where it left them overall in the scoreboard. More than likely still going to be fairly close to or still directly in that first place, as they were 20 points ahead, mind you, at the end of game number 2, but definitely more than likely putting a dent in their overall point share, seeing teams like Flavor of the Month still remain consistent over those 3 maps.
Yeah, Flavor of the Month has been a standout in terms of making these very deep runs. We've seen 3 friends as well. They kind of got battered and bruised. I think they had somebody hang on there a little bit down the line, but them as well as Horizon Union, you know, making it very deep into several of these rounds, getting into some good matches. We did get to kind of see a little bit of Samsung Morningstar as well. Didn't do quite as hot, but like you were saying, it's just been chaos. It's been madness all over the place. The next couple of games that we're going to be finishing with, we're going to have 3 maps on World's Edge, which everybody should be a whole lot more familiar with. If you watch Apex, if you're playing competitively, that's been the big one for a super long time. And then this final circle, everything just got ridiculous in that middle. This like little compound. You had the team hiding out inside of the building, trying to Valk ult down. Radx not able to do it. Horizon Union getting cleaned up at the last second. And who was it but Flavor of the Month that rotated around as everybody came outside, got the drop, and with that Peacekeeper closed out a nice dub. So for that round, just on its own, Flavor of the Month picked up 23 points. Fantastic. And I'm going to jump straight to Bosch. They only got 2 points. Just 2 kills, and then they died. So no placement for them. That's going to make that follow-up scoreboard, I think, a little more interesting, Blue.
Unfortunate for Radx as well, really only getting the points for finishing in 3rd there, if I remember the placement correctly. 0 kills, despite even having that high positioning against Flavor of the Month and a few other teams as we were moving into that final village towards the end of the game. Definitely would have liked to have seen a bit more capitalization on that there, but definitely some huge gains for Flavor of the Month. Like we said, probably going to be eclipsing the points, and indeed, by literally 1 point, eclipsing Bosch now. They're going to be able to take them, as we can see, still lagging behind in the kill department by a factor of 10, but Bosch has been able to just barely lag behind Flavor of the Month as a result of those kills, even with that near last place finish on game number 3.
Yeah, and that's the standings just get really interesting. I mean, how did we end up after half of the games? It's just a single point difference. Bosch had such a huge lead, but that's the thing about these types of competitions with Apex. It's about consistency. You're running a marathon. It's not just those 1 or 2 games that are going to do it. Now, do I think that everybody should probably be able to step it up as we move to World's Edge? Yes. However, I'm not going to lie, 1 point difference between 1st and 2nd. Flavor of the Month and Bosch. We've got our 2 teams to key in on for the rest of the day.
Yeah, there definitely are 2 front runners. We have to see basically who else is going to be joining up with them, as we've had a couple players poke their way into it, but have not been able to stay consistent just yet. Definitely see some teams down there in the top 10 that I'm expecting to start contending with these guys, especially now that we move over towards World's Edge. Everybody should be just that extra degree more comfortable if they weren't already on Storm Point for the previous map. Here certainly should be the case on very much the home map of competitive Apex here. Not imagining anybody's going to be pulling any punches now, getting ready to move into the later half of our games. And speaking of which, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. So let's dive into it with the new champions from the tail end of our Storm Point matches. It's Flavor of the Month, working their way in.
Yeah, going down southeast side here, starting this one off. And I will say my only question mark as we were going into World's Edge was I was like, are we going to have that situation occur again where the teams may not have communicated about where they were going to drop, and because of the map change we have, you know, 2 or 3 teams land on top of each other like we did for Storm Point? It does not seem like that's the case just yet. Everybody is still alive in the first 30 seconds, and I'm gonna just take that as a dub, Blue. I'm gonna take that as a dub.
World's Edge tends to be a bit safer in that regard too. I think we got a couple more POIs spread throughout the map, so the teams are able to distribute themselves a bit more evenly. You can even have some teams landing themselves at relatively the same POI and be able to avoid each other if it's some of the bigger ones like Skyhook. So we'll follow along with those a little bit later on here, but as you said, does look like everything for the most part is going to be nice and clean to start the game out. Did see a little bit of chip damage, and indeed we can see a bit more now going on to Sky. Nyx had lost about a chip worth of his shield there too, but just going to pretty much flatline itself at that. Not going to see any full commitments. No one hot diving into a full-on fight this early on. Just little bits and bobs, though we do see at least one player down there. As you can see them now getting revived, however, is going to bring them back to the fray, but more than likely going to have a fight to follow this one up. As indeed, it's Seven moving his way onto the on-top roster here, trying to finish them off, but Sky TV with a good defense, or at least trying to put one forward, is Give You Shield. Bit of a double-edged sword here as it's blocking the POV to his opponents, but he's able to make up for that now that it fades away. Unfortunately, still down a player. He's been able to trade that down into one more, and it's Flavor of the Month getting aggressive inside of this situation here. Nicely done as they knock out two more players. It's not going to be the full squad wipe just yet. That third player, that Straggler, able to get away from the situation, trying to fully run away from it as well. Looks like might have been able to make it out of dodge here, but I'll hold my breath for a moment as they still got to make it down the hill. Thankfully, Wisham Shields to play off of two. Looks like Ohia might be bailing from this area, though that player just a little bit too far away to continue contending against it. Sky will make it out of here with that sliver of shield and about half the HP remaining, but no teammates to call back.
Yeah, good escape opportunities available. I mean, you've got the line of sight kind of getting blocked on guys there, if whether you're going to use that to reposition or just kind of cover while you're running through towards the buildings and make it towards the other side. It's obviously tough that you get into a place where you can actually do some damage early on, get those early kills, get something going, but then the number one team rolls up on you, and it's like, yeah, you see that name in the kill feed taking out your team. You just got to go play for placement at that point. We'll see, maybe there's opportunity to come back and try to get a banner, but you're not. I don't think anybody wants to go head to head right now with Bosch or Flavor of the Month.
Definitely not the case with how far ahead they've been leading inside of this game. Speaking of Bosch, relatively calm start to the game for them. They're going to be just looting out their landing zone here. Not going to have anyone directly contending against them, but they'll certainly see it, as I know they've got a team a little bit further out in the distance. I believe this is XD landing directly next to them. That should be a third party where those shots came from too, and it was not in the direction of XD. So Bosch actually biting off a little bit too much here. They'll probably be chilling for a sec just to stabilize the situation. If they can find a way to get the engagement going here against XD or whoever this other team is, they will certainly take it, but also at the same time don't want to haphazardly throw themselves into a scenario they cannot win. I wouldn't believe that would be the case, but no, never mind, I'm wrong. Matafe and the rest of Bosch are going to go for it. Damn the threat to them, it seems, apparently. Tyler already being down, mainly by that third party, I think, throwing in most of the damage to him. So quickly making them regret this choice to try to leap into the fray, because now I don't even know if they're going to be able to get Tyler back into this. Kicking him into the safety of the corner, that may at least allow for the revive to come off, but XD indeed fend off the pressure. They're now back at nearly full HP here as they are potentially getting ready to jump onto the players from Bosch.
Yeah, kills here for XDD would be huge. If you're Bosch, like this is kind of how you got into this situation. You were almost doubled up on second place. You got wiped really early, and you did get a couple kills, like sure, but they got no placement points. So they went from double up to being tied pretty much with Flavor of the Month, down a single point, if I believe. So this is where those risks can really, really hurt you if they don't pay off. I think we just saw Knots get killed though by Echo. So some tough trades being taken for both first and second place teams.
And Zay working his way in here is going to be able to knock out one of the last stragglers from Three Friends, Goner, as well as our third member being the last to go down. But High Society will take all the kills from that. Already up to 4, at least with regards to Denze there. So good KPs coming in from High Society as they look to quickly make up the deficit for themselves on the scoreboard and try to push into that same top 2, top 3 positioning that we've got Flavor of the Month as well as Bosch sitting in right now.
Couple teams spread out here. As we can see, we were looking at Bosch. They're going, looks like they're going up on the balloon and then holding over towards the lava fissure. We've just got a couple teams just chilling, taking their time, trying to take some shots up towards Unlucky, but not going to be able to stop them. They're just coming down. They're going to come down and force the fight. Oh,
Not much for him to do. as we are going to see at least one of the members of High Society land directly on top of an opponent here. I think he'll have a few of his own teammates with him too. Should be able to swarm against this player. Caustic on the opposing squad, so we'll be able to add some smoke into the fray here. And in fact, it is the Caustic that they are heavily firing upon. It is just going to be, nope, not a lone straggler. Does have some teammates somewhere nearby, but nowhere near here, I would guess. They just don't want anything to do with saving him. We can see them in the distance now, but it's far too late. Damage has already been done. My Society has knocked this guy out. His two teammates have been found inside of the nearest building here, but already beautiful shots. Great hop shot there from Denze. Tries to work himself with an arc star to the inside tube of the door gap. Just a little bit too small to make that happen. His teammates, though, find a way to work their way in, and already that's going to be the entire squad for... Excuse me, I apologize if I'm butchering the team pronunciation there. The Gogibelins get knocked out at the end of it.
Yeah, tough, crazy situation going on here. We go back to Incentive Arise, one of the teams we were talking about. They had some good momentum going after those first two maps. Towards third, we didn't really get to see them match pace with Flavor of the Month and their competitor, of course, Bosch, but with the damage that's been inflicted upon those other squads, this is a big opportunity for them. Back to XD. They've been holding down this building really nicely. Love to see the Valkyrie play, by the way. A lot of really good movement in these last few fights. Get to see where the utility of that kit, that jetpack, is just so freaking useful.
Things go very quiet across the map now, or at least from our POV. We do see a little bit of pressure coming on to Denze as well as Kim here, as this team still continues to rack up the frags, but the kill leader going for themselves as well right now, so finally able to outwit Bosch in that regard. Benkovsky will switch over to them too, as they're still in the midst of transitioning from the circles, so going to be out of the fight for some time. However, not too far out, as we can see. Find at least one squad scavenging one of the drop crafting materials, or one of the drop crafting stations here. They're going to jump directly onto them. That's going to be the Samsung Morning Stars as well. We're seeing them take quite a bit of damage from that. They've been forced themselves to reshield back up, and Misa getting hit pretty heavily by the charge rifle there. He's going to be forced even lower. Seems SMS just kind of call this one off. They're going to be falling back further into Geyser, as they want to play it safe right now instead of risking their lives inside of the circle itself.
Yes, want.
Making their way back over. Just want to get that loot, reposition back on the outside. We've seen a lot of leaning on getting those resources. Timing that med kit perfectly, and now it is time to move. Of course, having the bubbles available here on World's Edge, mobility options are a little bit different without the gravity cannons. They're trying to decide, I guess, if they're going to push back out or take this fight here before they head back into the ring. Is that Echo? They're kind of gatekeeping them on the way out of it. And they're just going to push back. Okay, they're taking their way down. Bosch is going to try and head back around this. We go over to Team Echo, trying to catch them on the way inside. Gets the knock on Tyler. This would be a huge pickup for them to take out one of these top teams. Oh, 16 squads left. That would take placement points pretty much out of their hands.
Need to get that finishing blow, though. They do manage to take down Tyler, at least finishing him off, but one of the stragglers from Bosch, I believe, making it out of here. Not going to be able to see the full squad eliminated just yet, but certainly damaging them and hurting their chances of trying to stack more, as indeed they lock down that straggler for themselves. Just as moving himself forward here, trying to see if he can cut that player off on the other side. Should have been able to do so, but they go. They double back, head out the door. That's the big question here now, to try and lock out what should be the last player alive. Bosch at this point, and there we go. Unlucky, ends up going down. He'll be knocked out, but still at least one more member of the squad staying alive somewhere else. It's Matafe, who had split up from his teammate. Matafe as well, you can see it's such low HP. He wanted to play for the circle instead, and he's going to be working himself out there, thankfully, just in time, but will have to try and rat his way forward, of course, from this point.
What an awkward position to be in, especially as the fuse, too, right? He doesn't really have the mobility there. He'll have possibly some way to get through a little bit of debris that's in his way, but not the easiest character to rat out on here, if that's what it comes to. So maybe look for an opportunity to get a third party, take a cape here too on the way out. Coming in over here is Denze, sliding right into that Jimmy bubble, gets down most of the shields, but knocked as the rest of the team comes through, trying to clear out for him. We go back over to High Society. Hines on Radex just up top by himself. No shields. Trying to get the swap over here. There's the battery. Holding the flatline on the low ground and getting ready to reposition and come back onto that. Still has the Q available too, worth mentioning.
For the case, so Radix now forced back Hines. He'll play himself into a corner here, seeing if he can make it out of the situation alive. Maybe come back in for the banners a little bit later. Still some room to maybe see the teammates get revived back up, as we've got a lot of chaos going on. Only down for our first 6 squads. Won't be happening this time. High Society now out due to the aggression from Gamer Sensei. Things starting to devolve more and more as they try to lock down that last member, Hines, hiding out down below. I've already nearly dealt with his shields on the Valkyrie, I do believe, so it's going to be a little bit pesky of a task to be able to completely take her out, but still, damage is mostly done. I think they might be trying to get a teammate back up. Shields were brought back in, but indeed, that'll be the last player from Radix. Finally going down, just took him a minute to be able to find the position to eliminate Hines, and there we go. Another spree of kills coming out. We still have that lone Valkyrie from Eved as well. Boogie's been chilling here for the past like 5 minutes now. Obviously, he's made himself a little bit further than some of the other lone stragglers, but we'll have to see just how far they can go.
Yeah, when we had that 15 squads, I'm like, okay, I see. So we've got, you know, maybe 3/4 of the team still in it, but almost half the players left. So we've got quite a few mangled and maimed squads running around, missing a partner or two. So a couple of those players having to rat it out. Well, we know how that goes, and it usually not well.
Continuing to see more and more squads get knocked out. Mox, for instance, just being down there once again, too, was going to spell bad blood potentially for, if I'm getting the players correctly, the 3 friends roster. Eved finally getting knocked out. Galaxy News Radio still struggling to find their placements here on World's Edge, as well as they go down in place number 11 here. More pressure coming in for Horizon Union against other squad, but they have just as much pressure at their backside, so they're going to have to give that up relatively quickly, as it's Gamer Sensei throwing it right back against them here. Nobody with any considerable control over a situation, at least they can throw into a fight. These things are a lot more even here on World's Edge. Don't have as much verticality, but potentially allow outright fights to transpire from either. Horizon Union spreading themselves out quite nicely, also leaving minimal room for another squad to try and push themselves over here towards the launch site area where they can potentially contest against the zone that they currently hold. And that's, of course, also locking our other squad on the other side of the bridge. Flavor of the Month even down a player too. They lost Noth earlier in this game, leaving it all on Taylor as well as Kohia. So everybody seemingly struggling, at least at the start here of things on World's Edge.
Yeah, playing around this building, we got ANC outplayed too, trying to see where the opportunity to make that push in is. We saw the preemptive arc starter try and cover it on the way out before from Taylor. He's getting pushed back to the inside. Nary a sliver of health as Kua tries to make the way back onto the platform from behind, playing around the down shield. Gets to the sidestep, though. Flavor of the Month is out of this one, and I think they're going to be able to get the res there for ANC outplayed. One of the few 3 stacks left, I guess. That's what it feels like anyway.
I mean, this is just going to be a huge throw. This is going to be a huge like catch-up game for pretty much every team now. There'll be a chance for any team to potentially push themselves into that 3rd place position, as we have so many of our top dogs, specifically Flavor of the Month as well as Bosch. Bosch, I think, still in the actual game, down to 1 or 2 players at this point, but they're at best ratting here. Yeah. Not really expecting them to pick up too many KPs, just sneaking in as many placement points as they can. Obviously, Flavor of the Month, we just saw them get eliminated. A lot of our other top teams either down a player or in a disadvantageous position as well. So a lot of opportunities here for a new squad that's failed to perform in the first 3 maps to get some serious point gains going here.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position. I think for Bosch, I think it was the fuse that they had. So definitely a tricky position. If he's still alive, then just all credit to him, because we've been through a movie and a half, it feels like. So if he makes it to the end of this one, that's pretty baller. Just 9 squads remaining, 24 players, and a couple of buildings. We're shacking up, holding them down with the Watson fences, trading some shots across windows, but neither team really willing to push each other just yet. I think there's the pylon was destroyed from the outside, so maybe this is what's going to open it up. We've got Mio from Team Faceroll, ASDF, GGASB, drop it down, has the Peacekeeper, takes the 1 shot straight into the Watson, shield down.
Listen, back over into safe territory, just the 1 and done pump from the shotgun apparently. They'll be okay with that for the rest of the squad. Still locked in here Going to be using Pylon to be able to try and get their shields back as much as possible here. Definitely wanting to try and save mats if possible. Coming down to some of our final circle placements, however. One of our teams going to quickly start to run out of room. Horizon Union included in that. Straddling the side of the cliff face at this point, trying not to force themselves into this engagement too prematurely so they don't lose it due to the disadvantage of playing from the low ground here. They've got another squad force themselves in against them, though. It's going to be OP coming in from the other side. Horizon Union quickly getting themselves pinched into a corner. Are going to lose that ultimate coming in from the Seer as well, so that was their info bank now dealt with. You can see the additional pressure from up on top is beginning to be flirted with, but even OP now getting some pressure thrown out against them. Nobody can engage on anyone seemingly without a third party messing with them, as now we've got Samsung Morning Stars deeper in the facility across the lava river contesting out against OP as well.
Yeah, holding down this high ground position. Hey, you know what? Diehard Hamsters have had a rough go of it. You know, they've managed to get their whole team here into the top 10. They're going to be in a decent spot for that 5th circle. The real question just becomes, how are they going to handle the engagements? How is the fight going to go? It's been difficult. The speed that some of these guys come in, like lightning and thunder, just one after the other, smashing through, has presented a little bit of difficulty for them. So play this outside edge. Keep the defensive setup as much as possible. You have the Gibby bubble. You have the Watson fences. And at least for Seer, you've got a little bit of that scan and poke ability as well. Horizon Union, though, getting kind of locked in here under the terrain.
Horizon Union, like I said before, has been just holding on to this cliff's edge for probably a good 10 minutes or so now, almost just trying to wait this one out. Benkovsky finally has themselves run to their end by Echo, who successfully is able to eliminate them. But you can see them on the top left of your screen. Echo still with some pressure against them from Samsung Morning Stars, and at least one other team holding on to the cliff village here. Horizon still waiting for a way to get themselves out of their spot as well. This is going to be explosive once we start to see the circle close in at that 1 minute marker. We still have 8 squads left. Looks like 2 to 3 of them are potentially down at least one player, as we should be at a 24 count with 8 squads remaining. We are currently sitting at 21. So things are going to be a little bit shaky as we push ourselves that much deeper into it. Everybody soon going to have to make their move. There we go. We get an idea as to one of the stragglers. It's Poe from Gamer Sensei left on his own. There should more than likely be about one other team without a player, or just one more rat playing on their own here. Either way, like we said, when this circle closes, things are going to get crazy. Probably not before that, though. Everybody's relatively happy with the semi-safe positions they're playing from at the moment, and they certainly don't want to give them up until they absolutely have to.
Yeah, I cannot agree with you more. Also interesting, if Acoustic makes it into that final closing circle too, the potential for that ultimate is absolutely devastating. So making it this far, that team kit kind of pays off in a weird way towards the end with just the amount of area that you can control with that. So here we go. Last timer is hitting 0, and now it starts to close in. Everybody's on the outside, just one team holding that middle. So how long will they be able to keep that position?
Everybody starts heading towards the middle, says Echo in the meanwhile says, screw it, we're going up. They're trying to launch themselves into the air, hoping that they can maybe find salvation in a different position here on the map. You can see them landing way out into the distance, while meanwhile we've got Horizon Union going up against OP in just a full-on one-on-one. We've got another fight transpiring deeper into the village itself too. ANC outplayed. This is the OP squad we've been calling out here. Gonna lose most, if not all, of their shields while trying to condense themselves into that container here. Just setting up a box for Horizon Union to push into, but Horizon Union also dealing with pressure on the outside of it. They win the fight versus outplayed, but at the same time, they've got to get themselves back up quickly. We already saw another squad jumping onto them. In the meanwhile, as we go back to that other fight, outplayed, seeing themselves get eliminated first. Gamer Sensei is next. We go from 8 to 6, as there's still more action going on inside of the 2-building village. Echo attempting to hold on, as we've got HTP Herald sitting at the bottom. He is the only one still standing here, as this is the team that tried to reposition from the Valkyrie ultimate at the beginning of the fight. Surprised they made it this far, to be honest, as now they're going to be able to revive one of their teammates, but now they're going to get jumped on here, as we see another squad moving in to try and take them out. More than likely could be the end of Echo, but thankfully those down shields helping out HTP. He's still at full HP. He turns it around instead against XD, knocks them out. Oh, we've got a fourth party coming in here to clean up. No, it's not going to work though. HTP Herald sneaks out of here and is going to be able to keep his squad in the fight for that much longer. Already to a top 5 positioning. Let's see if he can go any further. Nice juke as well. Doesn't run into the fencing work there. AS, our face roll team, back in it too. They control the second floor of of the T2 building here. And meanwhile, Samsung Morningstar's just floating above the lava. Yes, that technically does work. They're going to go into the air here, however, and now that's going to be still HTP Herald off on literally an island here on the roof of the 2-story building.
I mean, he's definitely made the most of an absolutely ridiculous situation. The way he pushed through all of that. And I was going to say, he had 3 kills, 9 assists on the UI. So, or 6 assists rather. So there's a ton of kills that team's picked up. Making it this far has been a huge pickup for them. Echo trying to get back into the thick of things with these big contending teams eliminated so early in this round. He's still alive.
HTP Herald just holding on for dear life. If we see a top 3 finish, this is going to be so impressive considering the 3 confirmed KPs. Like you said, he's got plenty of assists too, so we'll have to see how many of those go to his team. The Diehard Hamsters next to fall out here. Herald still in the fray. Finally, though, pushed into a corner. Echo goes down in 4th. What an effort, though, coming in from Herald. Let's focus up, though, on these final 3 squads. The Samsung Morningstars made their way to the roof of the building that Herald was holding before. They are down. They're caustic, and they have been for some time, however, as you can see by the respawn timing out. So they're going to try and win this in 2v3 fashion. They very well could be if they're able to exercise this roof position long enough. That's going to be the problem, though. We've got the face roll team sitting directly below them here, and they've been controlling this position the entire time. It's all going to come to who manages to get the better engagement going when they leap out of this building, and they're both going to be forced out of it at pretty much the exact same time.
Yeah, playing around that circle, closing the building off is super important, though. Has the Valkyrie Q to use from above to try and push down onto this. But now that the Rat team has finally been forced out of the building, it's just a big bloodbath. There's the Q coming in from above. A couple grenades getting tossed to close out this ring. Gets pushed out, though, and Horizon Union's going to get the frag off the back end of that, and they are going to take this 4th round.
Patience works out perfectly for Horizon Union. We've seen them holding on to that cliff's edge, trying to push themselves deeper and deeper into this circle. Not able to get hyper aggressive in the process of moving there, but they do stay safe, and they stay in the winning position to close out that final duel between them and the final 2 squads. They are in a very well-deserved victory, and like we had talked about in the middle of that game, with both Bosch as well as Flavor of the Month diving out of this first map on World's Edge quite early. And with assumably a low KP count, that's going to be a great opportunity now for our winning team to be able to surge forward in that regard.
Yeah, the removal of Bosch early on and Flavor of the Month just opens the door for everybody else. We talked about how Bosch could slip up and they'd lose that huge gap. They did. But just because those 2 are on top, it doesn't mean somebody else hasn't closed that gap a little bit. And we're going to see that after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. More Apex action coming your way in a few.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back. We've gotten through 4 of our 6 rounds today here for the G-Loot July Showdown for Apex Legends. I'm Nathanius, joined by Blue, and well, it's just gotten mad. We had the classic situation. One team got ahead of everybody else, right? And then they got knocked down a peg with an early elim, and now both of the leading teams found themselves in a similar spot coming into that 4th round. So it's possible we're actually getting to a pretty close 1 through 3 now. We're gonna find out in a couple moments, but it's been an exciting turn of events, to say the least.
Yeah, for Bosch specifically, they've had a rough go of it these past 2 games. I mean, kind of by their own making to an extent, because they wanted to play things so aggressively, but as a result of that, they've been drawing the ire, it seems, of more and more squads, either just as a result of their positioning or because of the fact that people see them and they're like, all right, this team wants to fight, so let's just wait. And then when they mess up, we can jump onto them. That's what's happened the past 2 rounds now. They've been engaged right after they went out and fight, and as a result, get themselves wiped. Now, this is allowing for them to get a few KPs, but the problem is they've been knocked out, I think, somewhere in the mid to upper 10s in terms of placement 2 times in a row now. So going to need to try and make some improvements on that if they want to stay in the maximum number of points that they can gain here, because obviously they're starting to lose it over the past few. Meanwhile, obviously other teams are taking advantage upon this, Horizon Union being the best example of that from the most recent game, especially with Flavor of the Month also getting themselves into an unwinnable fight right around that upper 10s in the placement. They found themselves getting knocked out as well.
Yeah, this little highlight there, especially that last bit, we saw just an absolute bloodbath occurring. When you have the final circles closing in around these buildings and one of the teams is able to completely lock it down, it turns into a nightmare. But Horizon Union, we've been seeing them make great plays every game, and I think they're hitting that consistency button for us. Flavor of the Month was up there. This was where they kind of stumbled. So just for the results of the 4th game, they got 23 points added. 11 kills will definitely give them a nice boost.
And Echo managing to scavenge a 2nd place finish. That was that rat we were watching for the longest time as well, hiding out on the roof. It was HTP there, managing to push his way all the way. I think it was either into 4th or 5th place to get them an additional 5 points. On top of the 9 KPs they scavenged in the very early portions of that game. So Echo gets some huge gains going for themselves as well, but obviously Horizon Union still getting the majority of it. There definitely some props to Samsung Morningstars finally locking in some positioning there for themselves too. Another 12 should see a nice boost to their placement as a result of that.
Yeah, that's a huge thing to see. And now the updated overall leaderboards. Flavor of the Month maintain 1st place by a very slim margin. But you know what I was saying is that, are we going to have a real top 3? Is it still just 2 teams? It's a real top 3.
Oh, yeah.
53 in 1st. Bosch, they're at 48. I mean, they've hardly made progress since that dub they grabbed earlier, and it's gotten a little bit tougher for them. Horizon Union is now just 1 point behind. So all of a sudden it kind of feels like, this is my favorite part because we've only got a couple games left. So now we can officially say we really have no idea who's going to win this thing. It's very close, and it feels like it's going to be decided by a few of those tough split-second decision-making moments that have kind of been what's their Achilles heel were so far in this tournament.
Very much up in the air, and with still 2 games to go, there's a possibility we see Echo and a few of those other 4th through 6th place teams potentially sneak into it if they can have one more good run on this upcoming game too. But it's very much in the hands of Flavor in the Month as well as Bosch. Flavor of the Month, I don't think playing anything wrong, just had kind of a bad go of it in the last game there. Got a tad too aggressive in one of their fights and just couldn't get out of it. It's Bosch that probably needs to make the largest number of changes if they want to stay competitive, as it does seem that their strategy has been read into an extent. Like I said, though, pretty easy change, that they just need to find kind of cool things off and look for their KPs in a different portion of this. This is, of course, how they carved their way through the semifinals, so it may not be something they want to do, which that's perfectly fine if that's the case. They just have to be aware of the risks as we go into these final 2 maps.
Yeah, and it was interesting too, because we played the first 3 maps on Storm Point. We moved. That was the first round that we played today so far on World's Edge. So we kind of got to see a little bit of that spread. We didn't have as much of the early aggression. So now that you know this is it, okay, there's only 2 maps left that will be played. So you have to make it count. If you're one of those teams that's straggling, yes, everybody gets paid. That's one of the beautiful things about this cup. It's getting paid all the way down the line to 20th place. But you would obviously like to push yourself up a little bit from that. Now is the time to make that happen.
All right, so working ourselves into it, we do see 2 teams, within close proximity to each other. 3 friends, another squad sitting across the way. They're going to be at distance from each other, though, taking either side of the lava siphon to start things out here. It is looking like 3 friends want to try and route themselves over. We'll have to see if that all comes to blows. It's looking like in the meanwhile here, 7 has found himself quite the engagement, able to already down out 2 members of another squad, so things starting out well for them. It does appear as though it's Bosch on the other side of this fight versus 3 friends. These are 2 very prominent teams. Bosch kind of being a given their placement, but 3 friends as well was the victor from map number 1 here. So Bosch certainly biting off a very big piece of this steak by trying to go for the fight this early on.
Yeah, getting into it. 3 friends. I mean, if you think about from their perspective, with the strong start that they had, in order to get back up into a respectable position, they kind of need to pop off. But that means forcing these fights. That means things getting crazy. Tyler knocked early. Unlucky, just has a sliver of hit points left. So you're hoping from the top to come in and get the big plays. So far, it looks like they are good. 3 friends is out early and first in this one. The opportunity, the hope, the dream for that comeback to get back into that top 3 discussion seems to be fading away.
Indeed the case is for them. Bosch already with the 3 KPs, certainly padding up their current position and looking to, of course, excel it further than that if the need will allow for them to do so. Going to check out what's going on in Fragment to start things out, specifically over here. Fragment West, where we got the largest concentration of players. Fragment East has already been abandoned here. We can see Horizon has chosen to go for the parking garage for themselves, scavenging quite a bit out of that. And away from that, we'll have another team looting out the main portion inside of the city. We do have a 3rd squad sitting on the edge of this too. And we'll group up with High Society now, who's already jumped into another engagement here. Not sure who they've gone up against just yet, but we'll get some intel soon. As we can see them already locking in. Beautiful push coming in, and even better
looking
switch.
Out that's the wrong door.
Yup, that's going to be High Society knocking out GOG to be able to take them down here as they claim 3 KPs, in fact 2 KPs to correct myself to start this one out.
Yeah, nice. Talk about the guts it takes to run through there. You're like, okay, I know they're shooting at my teammate through the other side. I'm just going to hope, I can go in. No one's going to be pre-aiming towards this door. Goes in, gets a huge pickup. And yeah, we're seeing it. We're seeing the aggression amp up because it's like we're saying, you're not really going to be able to play slow and steady turtle style and just hope to, get a lucky break on 2 or 3 third parties. You need to force some fights if you want to get those KP. You got to believe in your team's ability to get it done and win fights. Otherwise, you're not making that progress anyway. There's the other knockdown, though. Benkowski struggling a little bit here. Just one man standing, trying to get up a res or a shield as we go back over to High Society, who are looking poised to get some more pain in, but stepping into the caustic gas trap is always a little bit tough. I say that and they get the kill easily, so you can just forget that. Yeah. Just rewind time.
I just don't like your storyline as High Society has managed to clean up on another squad quite easily. They're working their way forward, trying to contest against Bosch here for the most W key held during a game here as they pierce their way through yet another engagement. Gamer Sensei on the run to an extent right now, mainly just because they don't really have the shields for an elongated fight. 2 of their players still working with whites, so they're going to have to peel back out of that one. We've got the face rollers here looking a little bit better, though. They might be on the hunt for something as they also transition forward, getting themselves into Fragment to try and take some mid-game positioning.
Yeah, going back in. We haven't really seen a lot of action over here today so far. And I mean, we just our second map, of course, for World's Edge, but we were kind of stretched out towards those outer extremities of the map, getting to see a little bit of Fragment come into play here is always nice. Nice long sniper battle across the rooftops, trying to land a juicy one with that Sentinel from Galaxy News Radio, but not quite able to hit the mark. And just paying attention, making sure, of course, you're not getting stormed by anybody chasing up from below. Grab those resources and keep it moving. Don't seem to have too much in the way of armor. And looks like Mox is getting hit on that reposition. So Snipes out, breaks the Valve shield, but not able to get the knockdown just yet before her shields are busted.
And just trying to get some chip damage, so it brings some of the pressure off of their Valkyrie, trying to retreat back to group up with the rest of the teammates. We got Mox up on the top end as well. Not really the range to be able to throw out a whole lot from here, but he's got a 2x at least, so should be able to do something. Our 301 positioned on the rooftop. At the very minimum, it's going to force back some of the pressure here from Denze Kim and the rest of their squad in the distance here in Skyhook. They can respect them at minimum a little more at least, and hopefully be able to bleed out some more of the damage. Kim Denze and the rest of their squad correct to jump into the fray the way they did. They had the advantage with regards to HP after all, but positionally, they are a bit outmatched now, so we can see them starting to route away from this and attempt to reset this, but it doesn't seem as though Mox and the rest of that team necessarily wants to. They want to dive back in. So for Denze, Ezzy, and Kim, they're probably thrilled that this is going to be the case if they're aware of the gear situation and know that they will have the ultimate advantage on them if they get going into an even fight here. Mox will be the first to learn that as he has to go hightailing it into a building now that he gets jumped on.
Yeah, definitely getting into a scrappy fight considering the amount of open space that's available here. There's the Horizon Boop going up. You've got Valkyrie jetpacking towards it. Outplayed. We've seen him try to hold down these positions. Going to set off his own trap here just to try and keep that distance away. Gets a couple burn damage points through. They rush through the shield. Gets the frag. Down onto the Horizon player. There's the mop-up. Echo Esports is eliminated. I mean, that was a desperate situation for them, but trying to push through the caustic gas, that's always going to be tough, getting hit with that DOT and, of course, that CC.
Continue to see this potential fight build up here. Galaxy News as they look for a way to leap themselves into the fray forward. Nice jump there for Mox to get himself up on top of this situation and catching Kim in the process too. The shots, unfortunately, is not landing in the way they need to. Regardless, Kim, Ezzy, and the rest of their team, they smell the blood in the water. They're going to try to dump directly onto this here and see if they can knock out News as they try to work their way down. Thankfully, the players from SMS working their way into the corner at least, giving themselves a little bit more room to play for here for Galaxy News, but at the same time, the health, like I talked about before, just doesn't work itself to be into their favor. Even if they have better maps, they're constantly being forced out of the fight that much more quickly if we assume even damage is being traded. Mox now trying to fire back against some of this as Michi was just down, was able to get themselves back into a relatively safe position though, so there's a chance that maybe they end up getting revived. Won't end up being the case though, as that pressure comes back onto the same floor for Galaxy News Radio. Mox will lose his shield, so look at the finish off, at least not going to be able to let this team get away with the full 3 players. And now Michi also going to be brought back up for Galaxy News. Things starting to look a little bit better as they also, of course, have the full confirmation of Kim's death now.
Yeah, really well played situation there, especially, you know, you're getting into that, you're trying to stop the engage chasing up behind you, gets the great hit with the Peacekeeper, and they're able to resituate themselves. And of course, the other nice thing about being in this map and you're over on this side of things is you've got a great vantage point for looking where you're going to go next. Obviously, with the Valkyrie ult, the big reposition opportunity is there. The Galaxy News Radio's composition they've been rolling with was just fun anyway, because they have so much mobility in there between Horizon, Pathfinder. You just have, and the Valk, of course, as we mentioned. There's just so much that you can do with that to get around when you need to. We get a nice little shot over here. This beautiful giant destroyed world of World's Edge. And the diehard hamsters are chilling in a van.
Not much else for them to do right now. Unfortunately, they're in a pretty dead part of the map, so they've got a few moments of freedom here, and this is much more akin to what we have been seeing in the past, where, again, due to the larger map and due to the higher spread on the POIs, we're not seeing as many of those early fights, and what we are seeing is ending up tailing itself pretty long term just due to that extra open territory. Going to start to see that opportunity close, though. Should see a lot more fights begin to be forced out due to the lack of map presence, especially inside of the circle itself, but we need to get this one closed in first, and we're going to see that happen over the next minute here. We do have Gamer Sensei as well taking some heat from the distance. We can see losing all of his shields there as of a few seconds prior, and we'll get a better position as to who they're fighting against, specifically trying to pepper that damage back in. They do have the ultimate out from Mukumba as well to try and stop any potential pushes, but there's going to be a defensive bombardment coming in from this squad. It's looking like actually the Galaxy News Radio in the distance. Never mind, not going to be involved in this engagement. Bosch is instead trying to make this push play out for themselves, and they've got the absolute right to make it work. Beautiful shots there coming in from atop A. Manages to down out Zetix, takes him down, and of course Bosch will fully activate now that they've got the down. They're going to move in, try to quickly clean this up. It does appear as though OP might be stealing some of this from a distance. We just saw go down from Willem K in the background here. Still going to be able to get 2 out of 3 of those, I believe, but the third one might have been taken away from them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and every little point now is a huge deal for Bosch. They want to get back into that first place. They want to lock it down. There's still 14 squads remaining, so you're not playing for placement just yet. That's not on the table. There's a lot of work still to be done as that circle continues to close on the northwest fragment. Of course, that tunnel option becomes a bit of an interesting point of contention if people are trying to hang out there. There is a beacon scan available as well for a team that reaches that point, and I think we see Bosch making their way towards that high ground area by these towers, and they catch sight of someone. I wasn't sure if there was a shot or two going out. We jump over to Horizon Union, though, and these guys really, really have been, I think, the perfect example of consistency so far today.
Definitely the case. Last game being really the only exception to that, and that was not even necessarily of their own fault. Just the way the circle and the positions of the other teams played out, it's oftentimes the way that it happens in Apex. Still tried to fake it as long as they could. However, we're going to see some optimization of the shield game being played out here now too, obviously because we do see Kohia with the charge rifle. He can charge up the Evo shield pretty quickly, quite obviously just with the free damage that'll come from that at a distance. So he's going to be able to hand that over to a teammate now that he's filled up the one as purple. We'll do the same thing to the other. Meanwhile, we have got Elmax and Forsec just hiding on the big rock right now. They don't want anything to do with this fight going on below. They might try to chuck a nade or two in here to see if they can sneak a KP away. And in fact, I think we're going to see that now as Forsec has gotten a little bit too nosy there, peeks himself out just a tad too much, and this team down below does catch him. So they're finally going to be revealed.
Beautiful. Love to see it, right? Gotta improvise, adapt, overcome, so to speak, in these situations. And right on the edge of an ice pillar with a charge rifle, looking to microwave somebody from afar, gets the shield break and steps back. So hey, at the very least, powering up the Evo, and at the best, right? Maybe steal a cheeky kill.
Got up the sense if you want to follow that one through. He is still able to get the ticks here and there, though, and in fact, getting the larger damage bursts from the charge rifle here. Things are working out all right at the end of the day for him. We got the rest of Horizon Union just running away. They are going to land on top of IA as well. I'm unsure if they know. They definitely know this. They're going to be able to hear the footsteps from down below, and they certainly will see it in a second here. IA not spending any time panicking. They're just going to reposition their pylon, get it a little bit further away from the potential engagement point in the event that we see this team up on top of them try to nade things out.
Yeah, we have incentive arise too. Nice cooped up position, setting up the fences in this building. I mean, they had such a, what seemed to be such a strong start early on. They looked poised to be on top, but kind of stumbled in these last few rounds. Haven't really found that purchase. This could be that opportunity, that turnaround moment for them. They've got the inside. It looks like Horizon Union they're holding the roof down, so it's a symbiotic relationship until one of them decides that they need a little more space.
Continue to see Horizon Union not going to try to challenge IA directly below them here. Not really a good potential time for them to be able to do it. And let's be real, they don't really have a great way to start the fight. That'll be the problem when going up against a Watson bunker here, is you always have to find the correct way to get yourself into the engagement and out of the engagement. They may have a plan to get themselves into it, but they may not have a way to get themselves out either. So that's going to hold off Horizon Union. As they try to play this a little bit more safely, we'll at least see the Valkyrie go down for just a split second. See if the members of IA are going to be kind of aware and waiting for this type of a push, and they certainly are now that they see Lufko waiting right by the door. Doesn't stop them from getting some damage onto him, but at the same time, a little bit more of that thrown back onto these players from a distance as well. So we're not going to be able to see Horizon Union stay safe up top either. Going to see an Arcstar attempt here from Flavor of the Month to try and get these players on the rock top off of it. Not going to work to flush them down entirely, but it's certainly going to connect some damage. They feel far too safe up on top, though, so they're going to sit here, but at the same time, we've got the Horizon for the engagement on top. He's going to get taken down on top of the rock, ironically enough, and Flavor of the Month will claim the kills from it.
On top was on top, and now they're not. That's just the way it goes. Just the way it goes sometimes. Nice pickup Flavor of the Month, by the way, as they are trying to secure that top spot. Still a lot of squads left, however, so moving up in that placement is still a bit tricky as things get condensed. There's still quite a few buildings in play, so those defensive positions just make it all the more difficult to break. We go Die Hard Hamsters. They're hiding out in the tunnel now.
That
I was like, is that me? Is that just me, or are they shooting to like the beat of a song?
I think we've got somebody just peppering in some shots in the distance. Anyway, Flavor of the Month now up on top of the rock here. See Kohia trying to see if he can chain some more of those shots together. Has himself the gold shields. Nothing else to upgrade towards here. And he's already given both of his teammates purples, so needs to try and go for the Reds. Not going to be a lot else you can attain for. For Bosch, there's the world to try and play for those. They need to get back their first place positioning. That's what they certainly want, at least, as they'll move into this fight. Matafe and Unlucky are going to get very, very close to death, but thankfully they've got 2 different Gibby shields to dodge in and out of, and that's going to be able to sustain them for a pretty long time here. You can see Tyler, the highest HP player, moves in to finish off the last member of Outplayed as well, takes them down, and still leaves the team potentially prepared for another engagement. There'll be players from Bosch staying in the situation and hot in it as well, with a fresh squad just wiped out by them.
Really nice work there by Bosch. You know, I'm glad we have this story that's been kind of unfolding between Flavor of the Month and Bosch, and the stumbling, the stuff that we've been talking about. But now we're getting down to the thick of it. Both of those teams are still alive if they want the first place. This is a huge moment. If either one of them gets a win, that 6th game suddenly becomes a play safe. Don't necessarily need to force anything. Just don't give it up to the other team. Don't let the other team that's in that contention for first get those big frags up. So let's see what they can do now. Big opportunity to put themselves in a winning position. We've got Galaxy News Radio making the jump down, though. There's a good spray out off the boost. Not quite able to get that next knock. Those switches over. Teammate has him. Rad-X eliminated from this map. But I say Horizon's got about 2 health. There's the knockdown. So things are still a little bit dicey for them out in the open field.
Ox just hoping he gets the shield off in time. Not really going to happen. Still loses most of his HP. And oh no, the circle seals his fate. We saw that big chunk being taken off him just before he took the final bit of damage there. So unfortunate. Nothing he can do about that. Mauti now the only one in it here for Galaxy News, as they've been desperately trying to fight for positioning this entire tournament, only to fall again here a little bit higher than they would have realistically liked to. They go down in 8th. The Hamsters as well take the 9th place finish here. Another fight potentially transpiring. We do see our face roll squad getting themselves into a bit of a hot situation here. Jez now the only one remaining, as they too try to push out into the fray, and unfortunately are only going to have their Gibby to survive it being pushed back now.
What an interesting spot to be in. Of course, you've got... I feel like we've had this conversation already today about the Gibby trying to make it all happen on his own. Definitely not a fun spot to be in. Flavor of the Month still holding the top of the rock. So they've got a big Watson fence chaining the perimeter of it. So it's like, okay, if we come down, it's going to be really difficult to get out. So we keep shooting down on them when we can, but... once that next circle closes in and starts to pull everybody out, I think it's going to get messy real fast. 7 squads remaining. We've got Peepo. Gets the shield break. Looking inside. Jibby Bubble's going to pop, but not quite able to get the knockdown there.
Let's see Peepo now grouped up at full HP, but do they have the confidence to play through? Bosch, once again, maybe biting off a little bit too much in this situation. Finally pushed themselves into a corner. Tyler going to be the only one still left in an upstate here. His teammate guarding him with that down shield. Tyler's still looking for a way to get out of this situation, but he's got pressure coming in against him from both directions. Now Peepo on the backside. Another team trying to fire in more shots from the front side. Bosch goes out in 7th, but with a lot of KPs in their pocket. Might be enough to hold on to their current positioning, but going to struggle to try and push it forward without that high placement point. Nicely done here, as that'll knock them out. Horizon's been patiently waiting on that rooftop for literally 10 minutes now as they try and wait for IA to also get pushed out of this. Unfortunately, they'll have to be the first team to move due to their exposed position. They've got IA trapped to an extent, though. They know the only route that they can take that'll be safe. They wait for the circle to close, and indeed, they're going to lock them into it here. Arcstar goes out, trying to maximize that damage. Already one player going down, a second one knocked out as a result of the knuckle cluster that was thrown in there, too, and just one more remaining. Tries to sneak it on the roof, doesn't work. Incentive Rise are out, and that's another full squad wipe going into the pockets here of Horizon Union. Flavor of the Month trying to pull off the same thing. The face rollers, in the meanwhile, they just got knocked out as well. Flavor of the Month trying to finish things off, but they're getting put down quite low as well. Kuhi has been taken out outright. Roth is going to be still in the engagement, and Lippin, probably the highest HP after recovering from a shield previously, going to have to immediately go for a second one, though, because of the nade presence coming in. We've got another squad wrapping out against these guys, but being fended off here due to the Volt Club being held by Lippin. Beautifully done. Sends those players back. Already pushed this down to a top 3 finish as well. Lippin spots the flank coming back in against them, but such low HP. Horizon are doing a fantastic job once again of holding on despite the odds thrown out against them. But however, it's Flavor of the Month now trying to challenge them. This has been one of the strongest teams in the tournament, but Union seems ready for the challenge. We still have to see where this third squad is hanging out at, and that explains the delay here. Horizon Union doesn't want to jump jump into this until they have full confirmation of that third player, which is going to be the last man standing on Peepo, sitting down below.
Very, very difficult situation to be in, especially considering that, like you were saying, kind of stranded out on their own from the high ground. There's Mimu, and there's Peepo out of it. Okay, so it's just 2 squads remaining, and I gotta say, Liffin with that Volt, like we were talking about earlier, absolute surgeon with that bad boy, getting it out of the crate. Huge amounts of damage. Mimu's gonna get forced back off the fuse. Knocked down. We go back over to Liffin. Can she get it done here? Just about a couple more mags left for that Volt. Still has it, but it's not. Actually, yeah, that's going to be it. Horizon Union get the dub there off that last crazy hectic fight.
Ooh. Horizon Union to get things done yet again, continuing to make more and more of a gain here in the late games of the tournament. Beautifully played by them. Obviously, honorable mention of Flavor of the Month. They make it just as deep, but are not able to close out in that final 3v3 engagement as the circle closes in. Still going to be some good points going up on the board for them, and it very much becomes the battle between them and Horizon Union. They should be, by clear sight, our top 2 teams now. I do expect Bosch to be within reach of those 2 teams, but I feel like at this point, with how much they fell behind again, only getting a 7th place finish, be pretty heavily reliant on the KPs, and we'll have to see just how far behind they are to see if they can actually still make a play for first in the final map.
Yeah, I think the biggest question mark is, can they just run the table on this final game? They're going to need to take first place, I think, with a lot of frags if they want to catch up. We'll have confirmation of that from the scoreboard. We're going to take a couple minutes to tally it all together. We got the numbers being crunched in the back. We'll see you guys in a few minutes, and we'll be back with the final match of today's July Showdown.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in Apex Legends to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back once again to the G-Loot July Showdown for Apex Legends. I'm Nathanius, joined by Blue, and we've done it. We've made it all the way to the final map. A couple of teams were super close. We had less than a 5-point differential between first through third coming into it, but Blue, a couple of teams in that last round. Maybe you've broken away a little too far to be caught.
Yeah, it's actually made it kind of exciting though, right? Because it's come down to like 2 to 3 different teams that are within just about 5 points or so of each other. So it's very much going to create almost like an arena aspect to this final game here, assuming that both or all 3 of those teams end up making it to the final circle or so here. Definitely going to be reliant on that, but still, if we end up seeing a flavor of the month, Bosch, or some of these others managing to push their way forward, it'll very much come down to who is not only able to win the game, but forge themselves the greater majority of KP. Especially for Bosch, if they're somehow able to get another game like they had back on map 2, where they got almost a third of the lobby taken down, that'll change things up to a pretty big extent. But it does seem, at least for Bosch's sake, they've been put under control. They've just not been able to go off as crazily as they were doing in the first 2 maps, and that's because some of these other squads, like Flavor of the Month, have been able to get a decent handle on them. Horizon Union being that third squad, of course, that should actually be in first now, and is certainly going to be contesting to stay in that position as we get ready to go into our final drop.
Yeah, that pressure has just been mounting too. Like you said, it kind of, the arena aspect, we almost anticipated it just has to be a bloodbath for this last round. And then that's where it really just comes down to those couple of teams that are trying to edge their way forward. They need to avoid the chaos. They need to try and get up top, because guys like this, Horizon Union, they have been absolutely slaughtering today. They've been crushing it. They've been super on top of it. I think one of the only teams we had that has more than 1 match win today as well. They've been just dominant. 29 points picked up in that round. Flavor of the Month and Bosch, both, not too far behind for this round, but doubling Bosch's score here. And that just, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit anxious to see the total tallied points now.
I did not realize how dominant of a game that was from Horizon Union there. The fact that they have over double the kills of Flavor of the Month. Okay, maybe this isn't as much of a 1v1, so to speak, as I thought this was going to be. Like you said, I also need to see what our overall leaderboard looks like now. As Horizon Union, I'll be real, they might have just shot ahead. No, they're still within reach. Flavor of the Month right there behind them. Only 6 points behind. So that's a realistic pass, especially if Horizon Union drops outside of that final battle. But still, like we said before, Bosch in contention to be able to potentially sneak through here if they go off of the crazy game, but to some extent that will be probably a bit reliant on Flavor of the Month and Horizon Union also dropping off earlier in the game. They are a little bit distant now, 10 points behind Flavor of the Month and 16 points behind Horizon Union. So Bosch will be preying on the downfall of Flavor of the Month and Horizon Union in hopes that they can get back first place.
Yeah, and to me, that's just one of the things that are even scarier about it, is that we've seen all these 3 teams. They haven't been avoiding people. Part of the reason why they have all these kills, why they have all these points, is because they've been winning all of these early skirmishes against the other players. So everybody that's tried to contest them, everybody that's tried to throw the gauntlet down, they've just been absolutely obliterated. So it's been a really interesting turn of events. In this final game, could Bosch win if they took first place and got 15 kills? Yes, probably, but that's a tall ask, especially since we've moved to World's Edge. It just seems like the consistency of the top teams has improved even more. Clearly, the comfortability of the rotations and which POIs they're going to hold down, they have a really good idea of what they need to do to make it work, and they've been getting into a lot better final ring spots to take those battles. So I don't know. It's do we get the upset? Do we have Horizon Union just close it out?
I guess that's got to be the question now, right? All eyes are going to be on those 2 teams, Flavor of the Month and Horizon Union, seeing how they perform, and we'll still be keeping a close eye on Bosch as well in the event that those 2 teams end up faltering. I mean, if those 2 both end up going down, goodness forbid, inside of like the first 5 teams or something like that, there's a whole floodgate of possibilities that open up, because we can safely assume that both of those teams will get like 1 to 2 points max. Then we have room where even like maybe like a 4th or 5th place team, if they have like a 20+ point game for themselves, they could potentially sneak through it as well. But a lot of ifs here. We unfortunately won't get any solid answers for ourselves until we actually get into the server. So we're working on that now. Should be just a few moments away, guys, from figuring out who is potentially going to be this month's champion for the G-Loot Showdown.
All right, I'm here and we're just about ready to get into it. So let us see what's going to happen. We've got Horizon Union, the team that has just taken this tournament by storm over the last few rounds. and just getting it done in a big way, landing on the divide of Fragment. So good bridge position, lots of reasonable loot around. And of course, want to give a big thanks, of course, for G Loot, for people competing. You know, they had to earn their way up here to make it to today's final match. So big shout out. And of course, Nako, or the No Carb Company, energy drink sponsoring to help make sure we can have cool tournaments. People can play video games against each other for money. What a beautiful life. What a beautiful world we live in.
Yeah, definitely. They've been a sponsor of esports going back as far as I can remember pretty much. So go ahead and check them out if you're in a market that they serve. And like you said before, don't forget to sign up for G-Loot as well, as you can be playing in next month's Showdown here on the stream. Just go ahead and earn yourself one of those tickets through the weekly cups, where you have an app that will be tracking your stats. You'll be able to submit kills for points from your 3 highest earning games throughout the week. That will count, and if you manage to work your way forward and win out a high enough placement in one of those weekly cups, you'll earn yourself the golden ticket to be able to enter yourself into one of these monthly tournaments. So go ahead and sign up over at gloot.com. Getting back into this game, though, we'll take a look at the initial positioning here. Gamer Sensei somewhat close to the position of Horizon Union, but still a healthy distance away considering the overall map. Doubt we're going to see them clash this early on, and the same pretty much can be said for most of our teams, although we did already see one squad get knocked out this early on here. So a bit of a poor start for one of them, but at the same time, it's looking like it's not the only battle we're going to get. Is On Top tries to jump into an engagement, but maybe bites off a little bit too much here. Forsec being brought down to just a sliver of HP, barely makes it behind cover to try and recover, and at the same time, you've got High Society rolling in on the back end of this team, trying to close out on them as well.
And we kind of expected a little bit of this situation to occur, right? You have all this pressure on. If you're one of the teams on the bottom end, you're basically trying to just climb over one of the other stragglers at the last possible moment. You get a few extra bucks. The prize pool pays out all the way down, but if you're not already looking at that top 5, it's going to be quite hard to bust through there. So we'll just have to see how much more they can get done. I was expecting to see maybe even another squad or two get picked by this point, but everybody's still taking the, you know, at the very worst, if you can't make a move up at the leaderboard wise, you can still play, get good practice against competent players that are bringing it to you, and you know, get your mental game set for whatever's coming next.
From that, we're going to see High Society start to move themselves in. Definitely seem to want the engagement against this other squad, but a little bit further behind. In fact, you see the ultimate going out there for High Society, way behind their opponent's positioning. Nicely done here, though. They're finally able to finish off Forsec with that good spray coming in from Denze. So that'll take him down. They'll be hot on the tail of the other 2 players as well. In fact, it doesn't even look like those other players are going to stay behind to try and save Denze's life. They're on the run. It's not going to work out as Denze now isolates another one, taking down Sky, finishing him off. Forsec fully knocked out as well now, so no recovery for that, leaving the squad down to only 1 here.
Yeah, that's very important to be keeping in mind if Bosch is able to be the one that's getting these kills, as they have the most ground to make up now. They started off as the hottest team here today, cooled off, ended up getting into that 3rd spot. Still, they're going to need to overcome a gap of about, I think it was somewhere around 17 points for 1st place, which means they're going to need a win. They're going to need a lot of kills, and they're going to need Horizon Union to struggle big time. They need Horizon Union out early, but every frag that they could possibly get here was just so valuable to them. We go back over High Society. They're the ones on the receiving end of this. We get our look over at Kimchu, just trying to stay on the inside. They're looking for a rotate out. Bosch is pushing in, following behind, but they have managed to evacuate so far. And we go over to Flavor of the Month, who are holding down that 2nd spot over by Geyser now, getting into a scrap.
Johia as well, just waiting for the opportunity to put in the damage from either of his weapons here. It's to work perfectly fine. Locks in someone into the corner, though. That's going to be Zetix getting knocked out nice and quickly as a result of that. We've got 2 more here from Gamer Sensei. Obama as well as Poe on the back foot of this. Poe as well, already into the engagement. Hukabama is looking for a way to throw himself into the fray, but he too is locked into really an unworkable position right now. If he tries to jump up over the pillbox, over this cap walk to his right side, it's going to lead to a bad time. So eventually the flank rolls in from Taylor, and he knocks both of them out on his own. Gamer Sensei goes down. The Hamsters also knocked out, as Flavor of the Month already capitalizing on their aggressive capabilities here in the early game to rack up that many more KPs to try to contend out against Horizons Union. Mind you, they are 6 points behind them, so they're probably looking for those KPs to try to buffer for that in the event they end up in that 1v1 against them again at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's those. Every single one of those points is going to be such a huge difference, especially if they end up fighting them towards the end. Then the placement points going towards Horizon Union is just going to make it that much more difficult to dislodge them. We get a look over at Team Echo Esports. There is the Valkyrie ult to reposition and try to find some more opponents to hopefully go towards, as they're going to see they're just going right in on him, it looks like, on that east side. Getting ready for the approach. You got Samsung Morningstar. There's the caustic gas popping to try and hold this second floor, but still taking a lot of damage through it. Looks like their Valk player's down, and we jump over to Radex.
Hines consistently putting themselves on the back foot here, waiting for a way to try and jump back in. We've seen Radex all throughout this tournament here, and to be fair to them, never a team that's seemingly afraid to try something. It's just the results from those attempts that have been a little bit lacking so far here, but it seems like this engagement might be something bold for the team as they have the Morningstars locked into this building. You will note, however, that Horizon Union is sitting directly behind them. That was going to be a little bit of measured caution to an extent, as Horizon Union, I believe, is still trying to chase down 1 or 2 other players in the next building over. But if they can clean that fight up quickly enough, you can bet they'll try to storm over here and get whatever remains of this engagement between the Morningstars and Radex as well.
And they get through here with the Horizon trying to get out of that caustic gas. Radex, one of the teams that we haven't really seen make too much success, but staying in it. And this is the situation, though, where those teams that have been a little bit on the weak side throughout the event, they can still play that spoiler role, right? Going and getting a couple KP, taking out 1 or 2 of these players that are trying to contend for a little bit more prize money. As we jump over to ANC Outplayed, they're taking a huge beating right now. Andy Jack's trying to do it on his own, not able to, and they are out.
Going to take them down, Outplayed. Definitely a notable tournament from them over these past few games, but not going to be enough. And the same can be said for Incentive Arise, who find themselves getting clipped off in this field. I believe, yeah, indeed, by the Horizon Union roster as well. So Horizon Union, just as we saw from FOTM, hot on the tails of so many different teams here to try to buffer their chances of maintaining first place as much as possible. They do not want to necessarily rely on the placement, as we have seen a lot of teams get clipped off due to some nice flanks. So one poor step could lead to the end of a team's run, and they want to try to buffer that as much as possible with these KPs here, as now they even out more than likely the kills from Flavor of the Month that we saw earlier, transpiring closer to Lava City.
Yeah, 3 friends, definitely one of the teams that we've also gotten to see make a couple of really good plays here and there. It's a tough draw. Looking for the reposition, trying to get the solo points for placement up a little bit, but not quite able to do it. And we go back over to Echo Esports, who are healing up and getting ready to move out back into the ring.
Zaz and the rest of his squad, they're just trying to outlast things, buy themselves a bit more time. On board with Peepo, who has also been quietly sneaking themselves a high positioning on the scoreboard as well. Always with some decent finishes, usually a few fights to call home that they've won as well. So this team certainly no slouches, and they are actively on the hunt for a new target, it would appear here. We can see Mox off in the distance here for News team sitting off, looking for their opportunity to also make impact. This is another team that, again, we saw good placements for the group stage, but they just hadn't been able to translate it to the playoff bracket, unfortunately. Horizon, they're off on the distance to the right side. They're also maintaining strong control over this area that will more than likely see most teams attempt to close themselves in on due to the strong positioning there. In fact, they're going to get jumped on. It looks like Hines from that lime green team just to the north of Horizon definitely wants to fight out against this squad to some extent. And we can see Denze, some of the other players from his squad. Flavor of the Month, as we catch up with them too, is attempting to swing in from the south side of the circle, for those who caught it in the dark blue on the bottom of the map.
And we go over, and we've got High Society making their way out back into the ring. Horizon Union still alive, too. That's got to be the biggest thing that we've been talking about. They are doing everything that they need to secure the position that they want to have, that first place dub. And there it is, coming in from the opposing fuse. That boop, good way to get out of it, but still kind of exposes yourself to some shots on the way there. Trying to reposition the side. Denze on the Valkyrie. It's a couple good hits, but the rest of the team going down at the same time. Can't quite make that climb up to the bullets. We're just waiting for him. There's the EVA 8. Little tap to finish him off. And the High Society is out. Bosch getting exactly what they needed, but not without taking a couple bruises themselves.
Yeah, having to run themselves ragged, it seems, to get that kill, but it works out for them, and it's a clean part of the map, too. No one else surrounding this that could potentially follow that through. Galaxy News Radio, in the meanwhile, did just lose one of their players into a down state, but that's why they're hunting down this player. Should be some of the last stragglers, indeed, from Radix, who's going to get knocked out here. Final placement for them will be in 10th. Unfortunately, the timing just not that great. Horizon Union right on Galaxy News Radio's tail, and they're going to clean up shop as well. Horizon Union making a strong case at this point to be able to maintain their first place finish, as they're already up to 5 KPs here, having cleaned up that second squad. Lippin going to be moving forward, kind of risky on his own regard here, but I think they've got good awareness of the situation. They're falling back to a part of the map they already previously controlled. They're going to take control of that. We've got Helmax here on his lone. So he's going to be a rat from on top, trying to see how far into the placements he can make it. But again, not fighting to be inside of our top 3, really, so just fighting for that mid-tier placement, as the main battle still falls between Flavor of the Month as well as the Union.
And this is really them just locking it in at this point. Flavor of the Month, a win, cleaning out the rest of the players here could possibly turn it for them, but Horizon Union needs to be taken off the board. That's such an important thing that needs to happen here, as they keep their hopes alive, but the competition is still gaining ground all the while. Especially every team that dies before them. Moves them up just that little bit, gets the Arc Star hit.
Great engagement overall here from Echo, just completely shredding one of the FOTM players, then not leaving any room for revenge, essentially locking the door with the black hole as well. So you can see this. Flavor of the Month realized this is a bad stretch. They're just going to run away from this. They don't want anything to do with this engagement. Echo knows it too, so they're just going to keep following forward as well, but they also don't want to run themselves into a part of the map that they realistically don't control. So they hold it back, just keeping one player down a lower level. Flavor of the Month will basically say, that's unfortunate, but we've got to keep carrying on here, as they run into seemingly a random Arc Star just to their left. They're not going to necessarily know where that came from, but they'll be able to hunt it down pretty quickly. It was Helmax, that lone straggler from on top, that ends up losing himself here. So Flavor of the Month at least gets that one extra KP from that one.
Every little bit helps so much, even if all it is just securing the second, right? That's you want to get up as high as you possibly can. We know these guys are hungry for it. Coming out, getting the last bit of little loot from No Name and moving up towards northeast. The last couple rings coming up. 1 minute to go before ring 3 is going to close. We go back over to Bosch. We've got Tyler. He's been doing quite well for himself. These guys, I mean, they started off so hot, and they are here right now, but just a couple of stumbles here and there when you're doing these marathon tournaments and you're going through all these games, it just gets a little bit tricky. You feel like you have to make huge risks to turn it around, and these last few games just weren't really it for them, but they're still in it. They're still here fighting. We've got Flavor of the Month on the high ground with a whole lot of ultimates coming out between the Seer and the Gibby.
Out of here. He's able to buy himself a little bit of time with the Gibby Shield, going for the Fragment Grenade up on top as well, trying to see if he can airburst some shots in against the players here. Won't end up working out. They've got DPO consistently putting himself back down, trying to look for a proper way to throw himself into this engagement here and also group up with his teammates. They'll find a safe harbor to play from. Peepo also still trying to fight for placement here. Like we said, they're holding on here, still remaining inside of the fight in our top 10 specifically. In terms of trying to go for first place, that's going to be a tough run for them. Bosch, in the meanwhile, still in this fight. Well, they've got a much better chance that I try and pass teams like Flavor of the Month due to how they've been reduced. Keep in mind, both squads in front of them are still in this and are going to benefit from the high placement. They're going to be relying on them going down at a lower placement, so that's why they might be a little bit more passive here now that we're getting down to the final 10 as they wait that out. Flavor of the Month, though, will be run out of the game by Peepo in 7th place. So there is an opportunity now for Bosch to at least work their way past them. All eyes, however, are going to shift on the Horizon Union as they still sit in first place, still in the game, still with 3 players up, and as far as I'm aware, the most KP still as well.
Yeah, it's really that consistency has just been beautiful from them. They've been so good, even with the big target on their backs. They've still been picking up lots of frags, making it deep here, not necessarily ratting it out, not necessarily pushing the gas too hard, but taking what the lobby is going to give them and doing everything necessary to secure the lead and keep that for the dub. And they are looking poised to take it all if they can manage to finish strong here. I mean, it becomes a bit of a question, right? We got to start. That's where we're getting into the calculation in our heads about how many players are even left for Bosch to try and get those kills, right? And turn things around if it's even possible.
See, Emu getting pushed off the top of that building there. Quick revive for him, of course, to be able to bring that battery back up to full HP. Plenty of squads sitting on the edges here, and we've got another one trying to insert themselves somewhat close to Horizon Union's portion of the map. In fact, I believe they or another squad has spotted Jez all on his own. Lippin, someone in the area, to be able to abuse this as well, but Horizon trying to maintain so much map control here and deny any entry into their portion of the map. You can see it as more try to route their way over there. This is going to become a bit of a hot zone for Horizon, but as long as they keep that spread strong, they should be able to deny most of the entry. It's just going to be Chez from the face roll squad that's sitting here on his own. Nice little tap strafe to get himself away from the sniper shot, but unfortunately it sends him right into the opening here, where Frass is going to be able to take him down. And that'll fully eliminate the face roll squad with a final finish in 6th place.
And we go back over to Peepo, who've, I mean, you know, they've kind of been the honorable mention today, it feels like. They've been in it, they've been scrappy. Like you were saying earlier, they've taken a couple of clean fights here and there. They just haven't been able to string it together enough, I think, to get that big placement, but should still be walking away with a decent chunk of the money today. As we go back over to Bosch, and this is everything for them right now as we spectate Unlucky on Horizon. They're rotating back over towards the ring. They've got a little bit of high ground to work with, but there's two teams very close by. We've been seeing getting very close, trying to push them off of this from this low ground.
Try moving against them. Bosch knows they need to make up a huge difference in terms of kills here to be able to potentially close the gap between themselves and Horizon Union, especially if they're aware of the fact that Horizon Union is still in the server. And I would assume that is going to be the case. Trying to chuck in as much utility as possible, reduce their capability to throw out aids as well here by chucking in a black hole. He's going to be able to position that onto the ground, locks him in position, and that'll finally knock out Peepo. 3 more kills going onto the board for Bosch as they get ready to push this envelope that much further. Gets the intel in terms of who's up on top in the tower. Not someone that they necessarily need to worry about. That team is getting overwhelmed with nades as well. They're going to be forced off of it as we see the first of their players going down, though. Credit for that will go over to a member of Bosch. They're certainly going to be happy about that. And Jazaz now jumping up here from Echo to try to steal it as well. That team will get knocked out as Benkovsky falls here, but it's still going to be Unlucky positioning himself up on top now, taking that spot away and trying to get the intel as to where these remaining 2 other squads sit.
Yeah, seeing a lot of frags on the scoreboard here for the players on Bosch. We've kind of been going through them, but they want to take that dub. At the very least, they want to move themselves up to that 2nd place. If that 1st place is just a little bit out of reach, but they are doing everything that they need to, at least as much as they can in this game. Echo Herald, though, he's coming down right in the middle. They've got those guys very close by, while Horizon still playing on the outside. So they get to be a little bit safe. They would love to just watch these 2 teams kill each other, take Bosch out of it, but Echo repositioning, and we see the Seer player trying to get on top of that roof a little bit. A little parkour action.
You know, Horizon Union, though, very safe at this point, just playing to the outskirts of this 1v1v1 to try and make sure they get as high of a placement as possible. Pretty sure they've already got it locked in, given the standings of things and the fact that, again, they're looking really healthy in the KP department. Echo Esports, of course, going to try to make a push for it as well, and they've been putting in a huge effort for it. Jazaz specifically here, looking at 1,800 damage over the course of this game for him. Fighting his hearts out to try and claim everything they possibly can, but we're coming down to the wire now, coming down to these final 2 circles where everything comes to bear, and Echo will need to try and capitalize as much as possible. Steal away the final game victory would be excellent. I don't know how much is going to potentially push them inside of our top 3. However, Flavor of the Month definitely lacking behind a little bit, so they'll be losing some ground, but not a huge amount compared to how far ahead they were. Their players, more good damage coming in from Jazaz, but neither team wanting to outright engage just yet. It's Bosch Echo. Horizon Union here, all grouped up, just waiting for the first one to take a bite out of this sandwich.
Yeah, Bosch, 2 left right here, right? Coming up. Just the Seer and the Fuse. And this situation is just so tenuous. Everything that they want, it just feels like it's right there. But the fact that Horizon has made it this far, these guys have just been an absolute nightmare to play against. Really, really impressive considering they came through the qualifying stage with 47 points compared to Bosch's 67. But here they are, holding the top, gatekeeping off of them. And with Echo still in there, it's going to be really hard to get through both of these teams. Gets a couple of shots in there on the outside as we go back over to Harold. And they're just trading just little bits here and there. Getting ready to push up, though. Still 7 seconds, and then that final ring is going to force it to end no matter what.
Bosch finally getting knocked out here as Horizon Union finishes it off. Horizon Union probably not going to be able to hold on for the victory, though. They've been brought down to really only 1 or 2 players left. Lippin just out in the open, too. Is going to try to fight behind his shield, but it won't work out. Echo Esports steal the final game away, but that is still going to be a convincing argument for Horizon Union to more than likely be our champion.
Yeah, they definitely did everything that they had to, especially making sure that it was Bosch who went down. And then they're like, okay, look, there's one team in a typical situation where you're like, oh, it's match point, right? Or something like that in a real competitive, you know, the top competitive format. It's very risky to try and make that fight with the third team still out there. But they're thinking to themselves, well, if we kill Bosch, it doesn't really matter if we die to Echo at that point. The Echo can't catch up to us. So we'll just take Bosch. We'll take that dub. Maybe we get cleaned up, whatever. We're going to probably win the whole thing. And I mean, we're going to go to a little break while we tabulate the scores and get everything ready. We're also going to have an interview with the winning team prepared. So we're going to take a couple minutes. But before we do that, Blue, just any final thoughts on that game?
Oh, just again, a really exciting final game there. Came down to the wire. We knew it was going to be 3 teams to watch. One unfortunately got themselves knocked out a little bit early, but it did come down to pretty much those final 2. So we'll have to wait and see who ended up topping it out after the break.
All right, well, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few minutes to find out who wins.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
At the end of 6 rounds of Apex Legends, only one team can stand on top, and we'll be crowning our winner in just a moment. But welcome back to the G-Loot July Showdown for Apex Legends. I'm Nathanius with Blue, and we've got to witness a kind of interesting story unfold here. Blue, we had a top-ranked team, Bosch, coming into it. They looked strong. They got an early win, but it wasn't really to be that they would end up dominating the whole way throughout, and it was quite fierce and quite competitive.
I just call it more of a stomp than a win with the way that they managed to go about it there. Obviously, a huge fall from grace past that point back in game number 2 where they claimed 19 kills on top of the victory. Bosch still managed to come back pretty nicely inside of this final game, finally making another appearance inside of the top 3. They'd always been lurking inside of that top 10, but generally speaking had seemed a little bit too aggressive and ended up biting off a bit more than they could chew, leading to an earlier elimination. Definitely putting them in a good position, but the earlier struggles, especially with the move over to World's Edge, still had left them 10 points behind another team at the start of this game, and they also managed to push their way into the top 3. That team, once again, was one on your screen now, Horizon Union, who has really been tearing their way through most of the World's Edge games and managed to finish off pretty close to the top here, near second at the end of our final game as well.
Yeah, it just turned into an absolute bloodbath, and I feel like that was one of the themes of these games today. Was we had the early fights happen quite a bit, especially on Storm Point. We got over to World's Edge, things slowed down, got a little bit more tight, a little more dicey, but they were hungry for these frags. They pushed hard, and you know, gotta give the love to Echo Esports. Obviously, point-wise, this was a great individual map for them. I am interested to see where it puts them, but Horizon Union picking up 17 with Bosch. That really is the big thing that we were looking at. Could Horizon Union hold on? Could they maintain that? And I'm going to assume that when we see the final score, the answer to that question will be yes. But I got to give the love to Echo. They made the most of a kind of crazy situation. They put themselves up into 4th place. Big pat on the back there, getting up to 60 total. But Blue, I got to be real, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of sold this story, tried to make it a little less obvious here before we announced it, but it was the expected result. Horizon Union, given the status quo before we started Game 6, had the best possible outcome there. Bosch, of course, certainly putting in an effort to try to pass them. They even ended up tying in overall points with Flavor of the Month. I'm going to assume due to the fact that they had more kills, that was the tiebreaker contention, and that's what allowed them to take actual 2nd place over Flavor of the Month, but please refer to the rules to get final confirmation of that, as I may be wrong. Either way, Bosch takes that 2nd place. Flavor of the Month, unfortunately, due to them playing for positioning instead of kills, drifted down into 3rd, and then Echo Esports just about 17 points behind. So where you see the big split, even with their winning game there at the end, is going to take 4th place with 60 points, and then we see things drop off even further past that. Peepo, like we said, it always quietly stayed in the game, just never had one of those top 3 finishes, also in a respectable 5th place with 38 points due to their consistency throughout the day.
Yeah, lots of great games played and a lot of good work put in. Big shout out to Horizon Union for catching that big dub. We unfortunately don't have an interview to bring you for them, but huge shout out to them. They're going to walk away with the 1st place prize, $540, of course, brought to you by G-Loot and Nako, the no carbs company energy drink. So they're helping to put it together. If you want to compete, check out gloot.com. You can play in tournaments. There's more games even than just Apex Legends. But if you want to get out there, you think you can rat it out better than these guys, make your way in, get a couple bucks, make it to the monthly finals, do it. Do it. That's the whole point. That's why we like to play games, right? We get to challenge each other, move up, get a little bit of light competition. You love to see it. Blue, final thoughts, man.
Just a great day of Apex. Want to thank all the viewers for tuning in, and the players, of course, for giving us an excellent show.
Yeah, good close matches. We did not know who was going to win it going all the way up to that final map, but Horizon Union delivered. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in tonight, and we'll see you next time.